That day, everything ended right there. Although who knows, maybe it was just the beginning. There was no hope left that everything would end well. There was no one left to come to the rescue. Smiling contentedly, she asked Zhang Xiaoyun if he thought there was any meaning left in his life, since all his friends had already said goodbye to life. Her words hurt him more than the beating. He thought it was all his fault. His friends had died because of him. Calling her a devilish snake, Zhang Xiaoyun shouted that she deserved the most miserable death. In her sweet voice, she indignantly exclaimed that he was being rude to her again. The man replied that they would make his suffering long to appease her anger. The man thanked her for the supplies and added that now they would live a few peaceful months. Then, smiling, he pressed a button on the remote control. The rope on which the bound boy was hanging descended to the bottom of the cage with the ravenous zombies. They had long since smelled the scent of living flesh and were going mad waiting to get their hands on it. The tied-up guy had no chance of escaping the crowd of rabid zombies, and they began to devour his flesh. He silently promised Kui Jing that if he got another chance, he would make her pay for this. When he woke up, he screamed. His body was covered in cold sweat. She asked Jiang Xiaoyun what was wrong with him. Kui Jing asked why her name was not on the property documents. Could it be that he did not love her? The young man wondered what the hell was going on. Looking around, he wondered if he had somehow traveled back in time to before the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyun thought that Kui Jing had deceived him last time. Not only had she stolen all of his parents' inheritance, but she had also thrown him out onto the street. Later, the whole world was plunged into chaos, with people turning into real zombies. Then he found new friends, created a safe shelter with supplies, and managed to survive. But in the end, he was deceived by the devilish Kui Jing, who came to them and began to play on their pity. However, it was actually a cunning trap set by their sworn enemies. So now he looked at her with different eyes. She emphasized that he should not forget about the bride's ransom. It was no less than 400,000 yuan. She indignantly asked him if he had heard her, but the young man thought to himself that she was a vicious bitch. Anger overwhelmed him, but he mentally ordered himself not to give in to his emotions. She said that he only had a week, and if he didn't make it in time, then... Without letting her finish, Zhang Xiaoyun said that he understood everything and that it was time for her to leave. Then he pushed her out the door. Kui Jing was stunned by what he had done and wondered to herself when he had become so arrogant. Closing the door behind her, the boy stopped to think. It all seemed so unreal. Glancing at his digital watch with a calendar, he thought that there was only a month left before the disaster, so he needed to prepare. A system notification appeared right before his eyes. The guy wondered what kind of system it was and what the points for the tasks were for. Why did he need them? The notification said that the apocalypse system had been activated. The tasks were active. They had to be completed as quickly as possible. The first task was to prepare for the disaster. He needed to buy land and stock up on supplies. Upon completing the task, he would receive 10 reward points that could be spent on purchases in the system store. It contained potions for physical enhancement, a box of supplies, and a box for the protagonist. Suddenly, the guy remembered something he had completely forgotten. In his past life, he had suffered and starved constantly to save money to marry Kui Jing. The guy thought that zombies would appear in a month, so he had to eat more delicious food while he could. He took his phone and ordered food delivery. He didn't have to wait long for his order to arrive from the delivery company. "Are you hungry?" Looking at the dishes, he thought, could this really be the legendary delivery service with 3 Michelin stars? Zhang Xiaoyun said he would now try the braised pork for 300 yuan. After tasting a piece, he thought it tasted incredible. It filled his body with energy and strength. After everything he had been through, the food was extremely delicious. He simply couldn't stop eating while the food was in front of him. He was distracted by a phone call. It was Wen Shuya, Kui Jing's friend. The guy thought that the damn snake had already complained to her fairy godmother. She screamed that how dare he treat Kui Jing like that. After all, she just wanted him to prove his love. How could he love her if he wouldn't even give her real estate? It was a small test, and he failed it. After that, the friend ordered him to bring the house book and 1,000,000 yuan. She emphasized that they would not break up if he admitted his mistake. The angry guy yelled at her, asking who she thought she was. What kind of little test was that? Then he told her to go to hell. Turning off his phone, Zhang Xiaoyun leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to calm down a little. He thought he needed a piece of land. He needed to build a strong fortress that would be easy to defend. There had to be a source of water and a forest nearby. To find and purchase the right place, he went to a business center to use the services of a real estate agent. He was greeted by an employee who asked if he wanted to rent or buy a house. The young man had already begun to reply that this was not quite the case when someone interrupted their conversation. The sales manager told Xiaoning to go to the warehouse and help with the boxes. A large shipment of paper rolls had arrived. She replied that she was with a client. Angry, he asked if she had forgotten everything he had taught her. Did she have no eyes? Ju again ordered her to go to the warehouse. The girl wanted to argue, but he interrupted her again and said that it wasn't a customer, but some loser in rags. He couldn't even afford to buy a toilet. Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that he was looking down on people. He smiled and asked where he saw a person, because all he saw was a stray dog. The manager said that if he could buy at least a toilet, he would eat shit on stream. The guy replied that was fine. He said he would prepare something warm and fresh for him. Zhang Xiaoyun turned to the girl and said that he had not come to rent or buy a house. He was going to buy land. The employees immediately perked up. Someone asked if the guy knew how much it would cost. Another added that he had never seen anything like it before. A real rich man had come to them. She replied that it was fine and asked him to follow her. She also said that she would explain everything to him. The manager muttered through his teeth that anyone could brag, but he would see when it came time to pay. The realtor said that all the prices for all the land available to them were listed here and added that he could look at them while she explained. The guy replied that it wasn't necessary. He said he would list all the conditions he needed and she should tell him if there was anything suitable. He said that the plot should be near mountains and rivers. A running water source was needed. Convenient transportation was also important. It would be better if there was a factory or large premises nearby. Hearing this list of requirements, she thoughtfully hummed and asked him to give her some time to think about it. The manager said that there was a suitable plot in the Beijing area. She asked Ju if she had understood him correctly. She noted that there were many unfinished factories there and that they could not sell such a plot. Chu replied that no one was selling there and emphasized that the young man had deliberately made such demands because he had no intention of buying anything. Zhang Xiaoyun asked the realtor if the plot met his requirements. She replied that it did, but there was an abandoned factory there. The construction crew leader had run away. Looking through the documents, the young man thought that the location was good and the conditions were suitable. He would put up some barbed wire and the abandoned building would save money on construction and time. The young man said that it suited him and he would buy it. He asked if they could sign the agreement right away and said he would pay immediately. Apologizing, she asked if he was sure he wanted to buy the place. The guy replied that of course he was. He suggested finishing the paperwork quickly because some people still had to eat. Looking at the check, the manager shouted that it was impossible. A down payment of 300,000. Who would spend that kind of money on a plot of land with an unfinished factory? It was unbelievable. Slapping him on the shoulder, the guy pointed out that the payment had gone through. It was time to shine. He said he would definitely buy a paid subscription to his channel if he was satisfied. The man told the fat guy to turn on the stream so he could hurry up. The other said that his stomach was upset, but that he guaranteed freshness and added that he had eaten lobster that day. Leaving the business center, he thought that the money for the bride's ransom had gone down the drain. Next, he needed to decide what to do about supplies. He was very surprised when he saw the guy leaving the business center. He wondered what he was doing there. When he entered, Ju's colleagues were forcing the manager to answer for his words. He shouted that he didn't want to eat shit and called for help. Li Shuxiang asked what they were doing. Kui Jing was blowing on her nails, which she had painted so carefully, when her phone rang. Answering the call, she coquettishly asked if Li Shuxiang, the scoundrel, still hadn't forgotten her. He bluntly informed her that Zhang Xiaoyun was at a real estate company and had bought some land. She angrily shouted, asking what land and where he got the money. He said that the guy had paid 100,000 in advance and that it was probably the money he had saved for the bride price. Hearing this, Kui Jing screamed that, "How dare that bastard spend her money?" Li Shuxiong told her to calm down and advised her to find out what was going on. She asked what there was to talk about since he had spent her money. Zhang Xiaoyun wondered where to get more money, because buying supplies and construction would be very expensive. There was a loud knock at the door, and he wondered who the hell was banging on the door. What had happened? Opening the door, he asked what they were doing there. She immediately shouted at him, asking how he could spend her money. Stunned by her insolence, the young man indignantly asked what nonsense she was talking about. Kui Jing shouted that he should stop pretending and that she knew he had bought the land with the money he had received as a bride price. It was her money, so the land now belonged to her. The guy asked if she had lost her mind. Tapping her shoulder with a wad of cash, he said he had enough money, but she wouldn't get any of it. He emphasized that she could forget about it and tell her boyfriend Li Shushun the same. Boiling with anger at being exposed, Kui Jing wondered how he knew about their romance. The girl asked them to calm down. After all, it was just a misunderstanding between the couple. Jing Xiaoyun said that there was no misunderstanding. She was not his girlfriend. She should go back to her old man, Li Shuchun. He shouted at her to get lost because he couldn't even look at her. Then he slammed the door in her face. She thought that couldn't be true because they had always been careful when renting a room. She asked Kui Jing why she hadn't told her that she was dating that old man, Li Shuxiong. She replied that they had just rented the room a few times. The girl said that everything was out of control and suggested going back to think about what to do next. Kui Jing replied that this was all they could do. In the elevator, the girl thought that since she had quarreled with Zhang Xiaoyun, she would no longer hold back. She needed to share with her sister. Zhang Xiaoyun asked Foreman Li how long it would take to repair the factory. He began to read out the young man's demand: reinforced walls, guard towers, barbed wire, explosion-proof doors, bulletproof glass. After reading the list, the foreman asked if the guy was preparing for an invasion. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that the less you know, the better you sleep, and asked him to just name his price. The guy insisted that everything had to be done in a month. When the foreman said that they would not be able to do it in time, the young man said that he would find someone who could. The foreman laughed and said that it would be very expensive. The guy repeated once again that he should name his price. Foreman Li showed him and said that they would have to work flat out, so they would need at least that much. Zhang Xiaoyun repeated that it would be 20 million. The foreman confirmed this and added that they needed 5 million as an advance payment before they could start work. He said he agreed and would transfer the money in a week so they could start working. The foreman said they couldn't start without guarantees. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he shouldn't worry. If he didn't pay, they would take the land. He agreed. Her appearance surprised him greatly. She addressed him in a sweet voice and called him Brother Jiang. He was even more surprised when she took him by the arm and asked him in the same sweet voice what he did for a living. He thought what a cunning creature she was. It was she who had incited Kui Jing to deceive him in his past life. Therefore, in this life, she would pay for everything. Zhang Xiaoyun asked what she was doing there. She asked if this was his new land and if he wanted to build a villa here because the scenery was so beautiful. Pushing her hand away, the guy angrily shouted that it was none of her business. The girl thought that something was wrong with him. This loser was acting strangely. Usually, one touch was enough to make him shy away. So where was his reaction? Zhang Xiaoyun told the builders that they were measuring incorrectly and that the gate needed to be wider. Gritting her teeth in anger, she cursed silently. She couldn't miss this chance while Kui Jing was arguing with him. The guy thought he had already mortgaged the house, but he only got 3 million. That wouldn't even be enough for the first stage of construction. He had to find the money. It occurred to him that the apocalypse was coming soon, so he could sell the house several times. He heard a knock on the door and demands to open it. The guy thought it was the old man again. His neighbor Li definitely had a lot of money. He already owned 2 floors and wanted to buy the third one from him. At first, he was going to leave it for himself to live in after his wedding, but the old man was harassing him. The old man had poured paint on his door, thrown trash at it, broken the locks, and done many other things. As soon as he opened the door, the old man yelled that he had been out clubbing again last night. Zhang Xiaoyong shouted that enough was enough. He went to bed at 10 and didn't go to any clubs. The old man shouted back that he didn't care and that he had heard him clearly. Waving him off, Zhang Xiaoyun said that he'd had enough and was selling the house. The neighbor asked if that was true. The young man said that he would sell him the house on one condition. The old neighbor asked what the condition was. He said that his house would still be under construction for another 6 months, so he would stay there for that time. He also needed to pay off a construction loan, so he needed an advance payment of 5 million. When the neighbor began to hesitate, the young man said that he could forget it if he didn't want it, and began to close the door. Then the neighbor shouted that he agreed, but they would sign a contract. The young man replied that there was no problem then. A slight sly smile twisted his lips. He thought he wished the old fool would croak in that house. He received a message from the bank. Old man Lee had transferred 5 million to his account, so now he had 8 million. He thought it was time to complete the task and get his reward, so he drove to the largest shopping center in the city. The task said to buy supplies for 365 days, so this was probably the last shopping cart. Visitors shunned him and whispered that this guy must have lost his mind, so they should stay away from him. The boy brought 12 baskets with roughly the same products to the checkout, calculating 1 basket per month. The shoppers wondered why he needed so much. One guy said that he was probably another idiot who had been taken in by stories about the end of the world. After receiving points for completing the task, the guy thought about how to use them. Improving his stats would be useful, but the protagonist box costs exactly 10 points. He told himself there was no point in hesitating. He had to seize the opportunity. So he chose the protagonist box. The system reported that the exchange was successful, and he used his 10 points. Now he had 0 points left. The box contained a space ring. It could hold 300 cubic meters of space, and time stopped inside it. The guy was delighted and said that was what he thought. He hit the jackpot right away. Time doesn't pass inside, so food won't spoil, which is great. The system announced a new task: gather supplies for 10 years and receive a reward of 20 points. The boy indignantly asked what this was all about. Entering the trading hall with the guards, he shouted, "Who's making all this noise?" He was surprised to see Zhao Xiaoyun, whom he knew well. The boy was also surprised to see Yang Tao. Yang Tao was his classmate from high school. He was the henchman of the bully Zhang Shengji. He always intimidated the weak and feared the strong. They often had arguments in the past. He didn't think he would run into him again. After asking Zhang Xiaoyun what he was doing, Yang Tao ordered him to immediately put all the goods back on the shelves while he was still in a good mood. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he had decided to be a bully for the rest of his life. He said he would pay and asked if this was how their store treated customers. Then Yang Tao shouted at Zhang Xiaoyun to pay immediately or he would regret it. The staff had been ringing up the goods at the cash register for an hour when the last basket finally arrived. He asked the cashier what the total amount on the receipt was. She replied that it was 56,883 yuan. Grabbing the terminal, Yang Tao handed it to the young man and shouted at him to pay immediately. The young man swiped his card through the terminal. His eyes were filled with determination and anger. A message appeared on the terminal indicating that the transaction had been successful. Gritting his teeth, Yang Tao just clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. As he was walking away, he shouted to the security guards that they could leave. Zhang Xiaoyun ordered him to stop. Looking back, an irritated Yang Tao shouted that the guy still needed something. Zhang Xiaoyun told him to apologize for his rudeness, or he would have to carry all the goods back to the shelves. But the boy had no intention of doing so and shouted at the young man not to look for trouble. One of the customers noticed that he had attacked him and asked if he couldn't at least apologize. Another added that the internet would quickly make him famous. The young man repeated that he should apologize, adding that then he would be nice and buy 10 times more. Yan Tao asked suspiciously what he was talking about. The guy said to give him the terminal and he would show him the balance. He was stunned when he saw that the guy had more than 7 million in his account. The guy told him to apologize and then he would stay. Bowing low to his classmate, Yang Tao asked him to forgive him. Bowing him even lower, Zhang Xiaoyun told him to control himself next time. He asked the boy why he needed such a large amount of money. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that it was none of his business and that he was preparing a big deal. Surprised, Yang Tao asked about the deal and noted that the store's supplies were insufficient and that it would be better to contact wholesalers. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he knew any. He replied that he did, and asked if he remembered Zhang Shengji. He happened to be in that line of business. Yang Tao called Zhang Shengji and told him he had found a big customer. The guy thought that if they were working together, it would be interesting to know how much of the supermarket's illegal income was going into their pockets. They agreed to meet in the parking lot near the same supermarket. The car drove up at full speed and braked sharply right in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The young man thought that this man was driving dangerously. Had he never been fined? Getting out of the car, Zhang Shengji asked if this was the same big client. Yang Tao said that it was Zhang Xiaoyun, his classmate from high school. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he replied that he remembered now. Zhang Shengji blew cigarette smoke directly into the young man's face, but he didn't even blink. Then he laughed and took another drag, saying that this was the stubborn guy. Looking at the skinny guy, he asked if he was wearing fake clothes. Then he added that he hated poor people who pretended to be rich more than anything else. The guy replied that he had no idea and had bought it at a street kiosk. Pushing Yang Tao, he asked if this was his big client. Then he shouted that he had wasted his time. Yang Tao turned to Zhang Shengji and said that he wasn't joking. Zhang kicked him in the butt and said that he had been in this business for years and could tell at first glance who had money. Zhang Xiaoyun snorted and remarked that he had such a nasty temper and added that he couldn't believe that an uneducated person would look down on others. Grabbing the guy, an irritated Zhang Shengji asked him what he had just said. The guy said that he should stop looking down on others. Zhang Shengji asked who the uneducated guy was referring to. Yang Tao suggested avoiding a fight and said that he was indeed uneducated, which was why he was so offended. Kicking Yang Tao again, Zhang Shengji ordered him to shut up if he couldn't speak properly. He said that if the guy didn't buy a truckload of goods from him, he would crawl back on his hands and knees. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it was enough to pull his clothes and that it would be better to give him the account number. After checking the transaction, he asked if he had really transferred $1 million to him. The man replied that he had and said he would buy $5 million worth. He would pay the rest when the goods were ready. Zhang Shengji asked what he needed. The guy replied that he wanted rice, oil, salt, snacks, and drinks. He would take things that he wouldn't have to check often. Calling the guy over, he thought to himself that this was a stroke of luck. He happened to have some goods that were about to expire. At the warehouse, Zhang Shengji said that if he took everything, he would give him a 10% discount. The guy replied that he would check the quality first and went over to the food packages. Zhang Xiaoyun began to look through the products and expiration dates on the packages. He noticed that the packaging was fine, but the contents were practically rotten. The young man asked if he was still the same swindler. He thought to himself that he would never have imagined that the young man was so knowledgeable. He said aloud that he would give a 50% discount and that it was an excellent offer. The young man said that he would spend $5 million only on high-quality products. Then he added that it was fine. He would take this junk too. Then Zhang Shengji asked him what for. Zhang Xiaoyun agreed to buy everything at a 50% discount, but with one more condition. He would pay him in a month. Zhang Shengji asked if that was even possible, given the expiration date. The young man replied that he could take his house if he didn't pay. Then he asked if he would still take the spoiled food and inquired if he had a sales channel. The young man replied that he was the outlet. With a smirk, he added that even expired food would be worth its weight in gold. Zhang Shengji asked him about it. Then the young man told him not to worry about it and just deliver the goods. He would give him the address later. Answering a phone call, the guy asked who it was and what they wanted. They asked him if he was selling his apartment. The young man said he had to go and asked them to settle the matter with the goods as soon as possible. Yan Tao asked Zhang Shengji if everything was okay. He noted that the young man was from a simple family and asked how he had become so wealthy. The man brought him $400,000 as a down payment and said he would give him 3 months to move out. Then he offered to sign the contract. Zhang Xiaoyun thought to himself that the old man had already checked everything and was ready to pay and sign the contract. Why did he want his house? The young man asked if he was in a hurry. The old man replied that, to be honest, his granddaughter was changing schools and had nowhere to live. He said that he had already looked around the neighborhood, but no one else was selling. The young man remarked that the old man was too honest and had laid all his cards on the table. He asked if he was afraid that he would raise the price. The old man immediately began to sigh that it was all the savings of 2 generations and asked him not to do that. Smiling, Zhang Xiaoyun told him not to worry. Everything would be as agreed. Then he signed the contract. The man thanked him and apologized for distracting him from his work. The young man replied that it was no big deal and wished him luck. He thought that this man was from the bottom of society, but was kind and honest. His granddaughter wouldn't last a month in a disaster. The young man stopped the old man and asked for his current address, just in case. Zhang Xiaoyun arrived to check on the construction and see if everything was going according to plan. Foreman Li asked when the next payment would be. The young man replied that he was just about to transfer the money and asked how the work was going. He replied that about 70 to 80% was ready. He showed him the walls and doors and emphasized that the protection was perfect. They used the premises of an abandoned factory for the warehouse, cleaned everything up, and it was ready to use. Saying that it was excellent, the guy called Zhang Shenjie and told him that he could bring the supplies. While putting away the food, someone remarked that their boss was very generous, paying 2,000 for such simple work. Another added that it looked like a real bunker. Then the first said that he couldn't even imagine how the rich were trembling for their lives. He personally checked how the food was being sorted. The guy ordered that perishable items be placed separately and that nothing be mixed up. The workers finished arranging the food late in the evening, and the young man finally let them go home. After walking through the rows of boxes and checking that everything was in order, Zhang Xiaoyun said that everything was ready. Now he had completed the task of preparing supplies for 10 years and received 20 points. The young man was surprised to see a new box in the system store. It contained a health potion, a box of supplies, an apocalypse cultivator, and a skill awakening box. Thinking that luck was on his side, he chose the skill awakening. The system notified him that the exchange was successful, and 10 points were deducted from his account. In return, he received the Eye of Mind skill. This skill helps to detect hostility from targets. He was delighted to receive this skill and noted that it was one of the most useful skills in the early stages of the disaster. Immediately, a notification appeared about a new task. Prepare for battle. He needed to arm himself. For this, he would receive a reward of 10 points plus a random gift. The boy said that this was exactly what he had in mind. What he needed could only be obtained on the black market, where he headed late at night. Zhang Xiaoyun heard a familiar voice saying that he would only give him $300 for it. The seller shouted that he wasn't bargaining. Li Shuxiong said that a jade bracelet for 2,000 was obviously a fake, so he would take it for 300. And the seller would still come out ahead. Either that or he would leave. The seller agreed and asked him not to shout. The guy thought that the bastard Li Shuxiong had come here for a fake bracelet. It was so easy to fool that stupid Kui Jing with such junk. Walking a little further, he noticed some nice knives and machetes. The guy realized he had finally found what he was looking for. Looking at one of the knives, he asked the owner if he had anything harder. The man replied that these were the sharpest knives he had. If the young man wanted something harder, he could buy a blank and sharpen it himself. Finally, he added that the young man could try a bat for starters. When Zhang Xiaoyun said that it wasn't hard enough, the man frowned and asked if he was looking for trouble. A message arrived saying that 200,000 yuan had been transferred to his account. He was surprised because he wasn't expecting a transfer from anyone. Showing him that the money had come from him, Zhang Xiaoyun told him not to worry. He said that he really wanted to buy something. Then the man called out to Xiao Xian, who was sitting nearby, and asked him to watch his counter. Hinting that such things should not be discussed on the street, he showed the young man where to go. Demonstrating it, he said that it was a homemade weapon and that it was enough to shoot a chicken. It only cost a few thousand yuan, and cheap bullets would work. The young man replied that it was not what he wanted. The man took out another box and said that this replica revolver was just as good as the original. The price was 5,000 yuan. The bullets were 9 millimeters and 5 yuan each. Zheng Xiaoyun was already getting angry and pointed out that he had already paid a deposit of 200,000 yuan. Then he asked if there was nothing suitable. The seller was very surprised when he heard that the guy said it was only an advance payment. The guy said that it was only 10% and that he needed weapons worth 2 million yuan. The man asked the young man why he had come to him with such a large order. He replied that his subordinates used to handle such matters, but things had changed a little. Asking him to wait a moment, the man went to the door and closed it from the inside. Then the man discreetly peeked out the window as if looking for something or someone. Making sure that everything was clear, the man told the young man that he had come to the right address. He whispered to the young man to write a list of what was needed, and he would give him the address. He was to come there the day after tomorrow at midnight to complete the deal and bring the rest of the money in cash. As they were leaving the premises, the seller bumped into the man and told him to be more careful. He immediately recognized the young man and exclaimed his name in surprise. The man turned out to be Li Shuxun. Li Shuxiong said that he didn't expect to see him at the black market and remarked that now he understood where he was spending all his money. He also added that the young man was still ignoring Kui Jing and asked if there were any family heirlooms at home. He asked if the young man wanted to follow in the footsteps of people who sell their belongings to live in comfort for a while. Listening to his stupid jokes, the boy thought it would be appropriate to test his skill. Activating his eye of mind, he immediately saw who had good intentions and who did not. Zhang Xiaoyun thought that this was a very useful ability. The guy replied that he would do as he said. Then, pointing to the bag, he asked if he was going to deceive Kui Jing with this used junk. He added that it was perfect because she was used herself, so everything would suit her. Enraged, Li Shuxiong called the boy a bastard and asked him what he meant. The salesman asked the boy if he was his friend. He replied that he was not a friend, but an enemy. Then the salesman said he understood and that they would deal with him. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that they should leave him alive because he had other plans for him. His team of guys immediately moved on Li Shuxiong. He immediately asked what they were doing and warned them that they would regret it. But they ignored him. Li Shuxiong suggested that they talk first and come to an agreement. With a few moves, the man knocked Li Shuxiong to the ground and he fell hard. After being kicked, Li Shuxiong cursed and thought that the bastard Zhang Xiaoyun would get his comeuppance. 2 days later, the young man brought the weapons he had bought to his warehouse. There were a little more than a dozen boxes, but they contained everything he needed. As a result, he completed his battle preparation task and received 10 points. And as a bonus, he received a double dose of health potion. He was delighted when he received the double dose of health potion. It was equivalent to 2 doses from the store. Without waiting any longer, the guy decided to try it and injected himself with the health potion. The boy said that a normal adult has a strength of about 5. With this, it should increase by 40%. Thinking that it would be better to use this advantage to the maximum, he bought another dose at the system store. Having gained 8 points of physical strength with a 60% increase, the guy thought he needed to test it out. Zhang Xiaoyun glanced around the room to find something suitable and stopped when he saw what he was looking for. Picking up a piece of metal rebar, the guy said it would be good for testing. He simply kicked the rebar with his foot and it bent from the force of his blow. When the guy kicked it again, the rebar bent even more and hit the wall, leaving a dent. The guy shouted that this was what he needed and now it couldn't be taken with bare hands. He noted that even zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse were nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Xiaoyun noted that the weapon didn't take up much space and was better kept in a ring. When he put the weapon in the ring, he said that a disaster would happen the day after tomorrow. He asked himself what else he had to do. He remembered the old man who sold him the house and told him that his granddaughter was changing schools and had nowhere to live. The young man said that even after surviving the apocalypse and the rebirth, it was difficult to leave people in trouble. Deciding to send them the bare minimum, the boy said that whether they survived or not was no longer up to him. he would consider it compensation for the costs of his apocalypse plan. His car pulled up to the house at the address he had been given and stopped abruptly. Getting out of the car, the guy sighed heavily and said that you definitely couldn't find a hole like this without GPS. Climbing the stairs, the guy noticed that the man didn't seem to be rich, living in such a cheap place, and on the top floor at that. Stopping in front of the door, the guy thought it would be better to get the supplies now, otherwise he would have to explain later. He activated the ring and took the necessary supplies from its hidden compartment. Hearing someone knock on the door, the tenant answered that he was coming and asked to wait a few seconds. Opening the door, he said that he promised to pay the rent next week, but he saw that it was not the owner, but Jing Xiaoyun. The man asked Jiang what he was doing there and then saw that the hallway was full of boxes. Saying that he would explain later, the young man asked for help carrying the boxes before the neighbors saw. When they finished, the man said that young people were so strong. The young man carried everything and didn't even break a sweat. Glancing around the room, the young man said that it was a nice room and the doors were quite sturdy. Telling the old man to listen to him very carefully, Jiang emphasized that he should use these supplies wisely. Then, he would be able to last about 6 months. Suddenly, the young man saw a photo on the old man's table and froze. The old man asked if something was wrong. He added that the young man could keep the supplies because they would be moving in a month anyway. The photo was of the old man and a girl he knew well. The young man repeated her name, Shan Shan, in his mind. He asked the old man if his granddaughter's name was Shan Shan. The old man asked how the young man knew her, since he hadn't mentioned her. Zhang Xiaoyun asked where the girl was now. The old man replied that she was at her old school. They were going to transfer her when they moved to their new house. The paperwork was almost ready. The boy remembered how she had sobbed that her grandfather had died because of her. In a previous life, the old man had gone to a ruined school to save her and had died himself. Putting the photo back in its place, the boy thought that he would correct her regret in this life. Looking at the old man, he said that they would not move to a new house. The old man asked if he wanted to go back there and said that he couldn't. Interrupting him, the boy told him to let him finish. He said that tomorrow this world would turn into hell. Neither his house nor his granddaughter's transfer would matter anymore. They would go with her to school and he would prepare a place for them. The alarmed old man asked Jiang what he was talking about and added that he didn't understand anything. Thinking that the old man was slow on the uptake, the young man began to think of a better way to explain it to him. He asked the old man if he understood what a great famine was, and if he could imagine how terrible and tragic life was when famine struck. The old man replied that he could imagine it, but that these were peaceful times, so where would famine come from? Deciding that he needed to take the boxes back to the warehouse, the young man activated his ring. All the boxes returned to their places in space. The old man asked what kind of magic it was, since all the boxes had disappeared in an instant. The boy said that he had superpowers and could see the future. He told the old man that if he wanted to live and save Shan Shan, he had to listen to him. Then he asked where her school was. The car slammed on the brakes in front of the school where the girl studied. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if the old man knew which class she was in and the number of her dormitory. He replied that he did. As she left the school, a hostile group of people were waiting for her, clearly intent on a fight. One of the girls hit her in the face, called her a bitch, and shouted that she didn't know what Zhang Xiaoyun saw in her. Shan Shan replied that she had already said she would not talk to him and added that he was the one who insisted. Kicking the girl in the stomach again, she shouted that she didn't want any excuses. Grabbing Shan Shan by the hair, she asked if she was trying to say that he had hit on her and she had rejected him. They heard someone ask what they were doing there and turned around to see who it was. One of the girls said that it was her useless old man. Shan Shan asked her grandfather what he was doing there. The old man shouted at the girls to let Shan Shan go immediately, but they had no intention of doing so. The guys with bats blocked his way and called him an old fart, telling him to get lost and that they would deal with her themselves. The old man tried to take the knife from the boy and shouted that they were stupid bastards. Where were their parents looking? How could they bully their classmate? One of the boys shouted at the old man to back off and swung his bat at him. However, he was stopped. Holding his arm, Zhang Xiaoyun asked if the boy wanted to become an assassin at such a young age. One of the boys asked where this vagrant had come from. Another asked why this bitch hadn't said she had a brother. With one kick, Zhang Xiaoyun knocked the boy who was attacking him with a bat several meters away. Then two others approached the boy from both sides and prepared to attack him together. The boy swung the bat to hit him from behind, but Zhang noticed his intention, crouched down, and dodged the blow. At that moment, Zhang realized that along with his strength, his reaction speed had also increased. Turning sharply, he grabbed the attacker by his clothes and slammed him hard against the ground. He still had to deal with the other one, who was brazenly threatening him with a knife. The latter made only one lunge before Jiang grabbed the hand holding the knife. Snatching the knife from his hand, Zhang Xiaoyun kicked the guy right under the knees and he began to fall. It took Zhang only a few minutes to deal with both attackers, who lay helpless on the ground. Zhang Xiaoyun moved toward the girls, who were beating and mocking Shan Shan. The girl asked what he was going to do. The guy didn't even bother to explain, he just slapped the girl hard for hurting Shan Shan. Grabbing her friend by the hair, the guy asked if she liked pulling other people's hair. She screamed for him to let her go. Then Zhang Xiaoyun put a knife to her throat. She was seriously frightened when she felt the blade of the knife and asked what he was going to do. Without saying a word, the boy made one sharp movement with the knife and the girl slowly sank to her knees. Grabbing her short hair, she screamed in fear that it was her hair. She called the guy a freak and asked how he dared to cut it off. Then she threatened that she wouldn't let him get away with it. Scattering the hair left in his hands, he said it would only get in the way. She asked him to repeat what he said. He replied that in a few days she would understand and added that a short haircut could save her life. Then he called Shan Shan and said they were leaving. The girl asked in surprise where they were going and followed the boy with her grandfather. They had already left the city when she asked if she would be returning to school. Her grandfather replied that a great famine was coming soon. So what was the point? Survival was the most important thing. Shan Shan immediately became angry and asked her grandfather how many times she had told him not to believe the calls from these scammers. Then she ordered him to tell her what kind of nonsense they had fed him this time. He replied that there were no calls and that he was telling the truth. The girl insisted that he always said that. Watching them argue, Zhang Xiaoyun thought that this time Shan Shan would be safe. The young man said that this time he had not been deceived. The information about the famine had come from him. Then the girl asked who he was. He said his name was Zhang Xiaoyun, but she could just call him Brother Xiaoyun. She then thanked him for dealing with Song Wei and the others. Zhang Xiaoyun told her not to worry, because they didn't have long to go. She asked what he was talking about, and if it was true that there would be a famine. The boy replied that he had made up the story about famine to make it easier to convince her grandfather. Smiling, she said that she knew it was just a story because it was a time of peace. Then Zhang Xiaoyun said that in reality, an apocalypse was coming. Shan Shan was stunned when she heard about the apocalypse, so she asked him about it again. Saying that it was just in time, the boy asked her to watch a video and the news on his phone. Then she would understand if he was right. The video began with the words of a song. With my sword raised, I stand in the images of the whole world. Anger. With my sleeves rolled up, I meet the light of the moon. The west wind blows away the fallen leaves. Someone had filmed a video in which they noticed that it was the first time they had seen a crazed person bite someone. Switching to the next one, she heard someone complaining about the smog and asking if he was the only one who thought there was a strange smell. In another video, someone screams that the man is biting himself for some reason. Is he a dog or something? Later, the same man says that he can no longer resist. He feels so bad and needs to go to the hospital. Zhang Xiaoyun said that was what he thought. The first warning signs had appeared. Shan Shan asked if this was really the beginning of the apocalypse. The guy replied that tomorrow would be the first day. A thick, toxic fog would cover several provinces, including Province B. The effect would manifest itself on living beings. A significant part of the population of these provinces would immediately mutate into zombies, and the rest would be in danger. After those who were not infected by the fog were bitten, they would also become infected and turn into zombies. He noted that she was young and knew about zombies. She replied that she knew, but found it difficult to believe. Jung Xiaoyun replied that it would take her more than a week to believe it, and then noticed that there was a traffic jam ahead. Looking out the window, he said that even the emergency lane was blocked. The old man turned to the young man and asked what would happen if they got stuck there, and the zombies he mentioned appeared. The young man replied that the old man shouldn't worry. It wasn't that urgent. The young man thought they still had a few days before the situation got out of hand, but what if the zombies appeared nearby? Behind them, a black Mercedes was speeding and didn't even try to brake. The car swerved sharply into the emergency lane and tried to ram into the young man at high speed. He slammed on the brakes and they managed to avoid a collision, but the passengers in the car were shaken up pretty badly. Zhang Xiaoyun grumbled that these idiots didn't even turn on their turn signal and brazenly cut them off from the emergency lane. Saying that he would not let it go, Zhang Xiaoyun did not let the car cut in front of him, driving close to the car in front. Seeing that the other driver was again pulling up alongside him, the young man said that he didn't want to give up and was still trying to squeeze in. The window of the Mercedes rolled down, and the man began to curse Zhang Xiaoyun and demand that he let him pass. The old man turned to Zhang Xiaoyun and remarked that he looked like some kind of rich guy, so it might be better to avoid trouble. The young man told the old man not to worry. If the man got out of the car, he would send him flying. When the convoy started moving, the young man shouted that it was finally moving after standing there for an hour. Shan Shan reported that the same car was trying to cut them off again. The young man said that the driver was asking for trouble. The black Mercedes seemed to be overtaking them, but suddenly turned towards them and began to brake. The old man noticed that he was deliberately braking in front of them and asked the young man not to do the same. Zhang Xiaoyun muttered through clenched teeth that, in the past, he would have let him go. But tomorrow, the apocalypse would begin, and there was no point in forgiving such bastards anymore. The next time he slowed down in front of them, Zhang Xiaoyun did not brake, but instead stepped on the gas. After the collision, the black Mercedes was thrown into the other lane and came to a halt. Getting out of the car and rubbing the back of his head, the Mercedes driver called the guy a little shit. He immediately called the police, demanding to see the camera footage and saying that he urgently needed the car's license plate number. Looking at the car's taillights, the angry man said he would show him that he was not joking. The entrance to the territory was illuminated by two large spotlights. When they approached, the gates opened automatically. Getting out of the car, his guests were amazed by what they saw around them. Seeing a concrete fence several meters high stretching along the perimeter, she said that it was impressive, but perhaps a bit excessive. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they should rest because they had some very difficult days ahead of them and led them to their rooms. Enjoying his coffee, he gazed thoughtfully out the window. Everything seemed peaceful. Stretching, she said that she hadn't slept so well in a long time and noted that skipping morning classes was really cool. Smiling, the boy said that since she was already awake, he would show her around their fortress. During the tour, the guy said that the walls were made of strong concrete, the gates were made of pure steel, controlled remotely, and were 3 centimeters thick. Whether they were humans or zombies, without powerful weapons, they would not be able to break through. He emphasized that they should remember that only 3 people were allowed here without his permission, and that was them. Shan Shan said that if there were survivors who made it here, they would simply be left to die. Saying that they were moving on, the guy explained that during the apocalypse, it was difficult to predict human behavior. The guy noted that if they trusted a person with hidden intentions, they would die themselves. He said that this buffer zone would serve as a temporary shelter if someone came and he wasn't there. Zhang Xiaoyun again emphasized that no one was allowed to enter the fortress under any circumstances and asked if they understood. When they replied that they understood, the young man said that he would show them the food supplies and how to distribute them. He led them to another part of the former factory, which had been converted into a warehouse. Looking back to glance at them, the young man activated his mind's eye skill. Seeing happy emoticons, the guy thought that maybe it was a sign of trust, since he had never seen this before. Then, the guy used his space ring and said that weapons were the most important thing during the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoyun emphasized that they should always control themselves and not dance to someone else's tune. The system announced the reunion with Shan Shan and the activation of a series of tasks. Former partners. Part 1. The next task was to find and rescue Zhang Qi's partner. The reward for completing the task was 20 points. After receiving the task, the boy noticed an arrow that clearly pointed to the location of the object. He thought this was good because he had already been thinking about how to find it. The guy shouted for them not to forget and not to break the rules, and rushed to the exit. She asked him where he was going. Getting into the car, he replied that he was going after the people because they needed to assemble a team. Then, he quickly drove away from the area. That day, the group of guys had a fun time singing and drinking at a karaoke bar. The guys left the karaoke room and said they were going to the restroom. One of them warned that he wouldn't wait forever because of kidney problems. They came out of the restroom laughing and talking to each other. Without noticing, he was waving his arms widely. It so happened that the slightly drunk guy accidentally touched the girl with his hand. She cried out in displeasure. He immediately apologized and admitted his guilt. The dissatisfied girl pressed herself against her boyfriend. Without further ado, he hit the guy and called him a little shit, shouting at him to watch where he was going. The kick was quite strong, and the guy lost his balance and fell heavily. His friend immediately ran up to him and asked Zhang Qi if he was okay. Looking back at the man who had hit him, the boy asked what he was doing and why he had hit him. The man became even more angry and shouted that no one had given him permission to talk to him. When he lifted the young man by his clothes, he asked what he was doing again. Zhang Qi jumped up and shouted for him to stop because it was his fault. Leaving the restroom, the waiter thought that his stomach ache was bad enough without a cold, and now a fight. Couldn't he get a minute's peace? Approaching the group, the waiter asked them to calm down and began to separate the boys. The man yelled at him to get off and asked if he didn't know who he was. He emphasized that even his boss wouldn't dare touch his clothes. The waiter gestured for them to run away quickly, while the man turned his attention to him. Holding the waiter, the man shouted at him to call the owner immediately and threatened to shut down the bar. The waiter again politely asked him to calm down. The guys quickly ran into their karaoke room, trying to hide from the man. Seeing how out of breath they were, one of their friends asked if they were being chased by dogs. He replied that they almost were and told them that they had run into some gangsters who wanted to beat them up. They were lucky that the waiter intervened to smooth things over. Then the guy asked why they didn't beat him up. Was their engineering class ever canceled? He would call his brothers, and they would quickly sort things out. Zhang Qi told him to forget it and asked why he was getting so worked up. The guy pointed out that there was less than a year left until graduation, so they shouldn't look for trouble. Besides, the music was already playing, so he suggested they dance. The same man entered the hall with backup and dragged the badly beaten waiter with him. The guys were simply stunned that he had shown up in their hall with a gang of thugs. Looking at the guys in the hall, the man shouted that it was them and pushed the beaten waiter away. The man ordered his accomplices to grab the boys, and they threatened them with bats, forcing them to surrender. One of the guys, unable to contain his emotions, shouted that one phone call would be enough to get them all killed. The enraged man shouted, "Who allowed him to speak?" and grabbed a bottle of alcohol from the table and hit the boy on the head. Zhang Qi was splattered with his friend's blood and cried out Chen Chong's name in alarm. Zhang Xiaoyun's black car parked right in front of the club entrance. The young man smiled and said that he had studied at the same college. "The end of the world is upon us, but my heart longs for song." Zhang Xiaoyun went to the club to find his friend. After all, that was where the arrow had pointed him. His friend groaned in pain and fell to the floor, leaving a pool of blood behind him. Zhang Qi continued to shout Chen Chong's name. The man asked her how she was and if she was feeling better. She asked him if he had a reason to do that because he hadn't pushed her. Taking another bottle from the table and pointing at Zhang Qi, the man said that it was him then. Chen Chong quietly pulled the ashtray off the table, stood up, and wanted to hit the man with it, but his accomplices managed to stop him. One called him a petty scoundrel and asked if he still wanted to fight. After cursing, the man said that he didn't think he was so brave and hit the boy on the head with the bottle again. The young man collapsed to the ground unconscious. His friends were afraid for his life. Shouting that they were real bastards, Zhang Qi and his friend rushed at their attackers. One of their friends hid in a corner and trembled with fear. He heard the man shout that these punks still hadn't calmed down and ordered Lao Si to grab one of them and beat him until he was unconscious. A fight broke out, and no one paid any attention to the waiter, who had also been beaten and left sitting in the corner of the hall. The man cursed and shouted at Lao San not to be a coward and attack him. The waiter, who had been complaining about feeling unwell, now looked terrible. Blood was streaming from his eyes and his gaze was clouded. With a frenzied growl, the waiter rushed toward the guys fighting in the other corner of the room. Reaching one of the boys, the waiter sank his teeth into his shoulder, and the boy howled in pain. The girl screamed in fear. The guy tried to shake him off and yelled at the damn dog to let him go. He couldn't get away and started begging for help. The boy watched in terror, cowering in the corner. He heard the man order another man to pull the waiter away while he dealt with the two of them. Grabbing the waiter by the neck and trying to pull him away, the man asked why he had become so strong. Turning sharply, the waiter bit the man who was pulling him by the arm. The man howled that it was a mad dog and that it had bitten him. The waiter knocked him to the ground and began to bite his arm even harder, as if trying to tear off a piece of flesh. The guy screamed that he had completely lost his mind and was too strong. Suddenly, a strong hand squeezed the waiter's throat so hard that he let go of the guy's arm. Zhang Xiaoyun held the waiter by the throat, lifted him up, and continued to squeeze. Then he slammed the waiter's head against the glass partition of the hall with all his strength and ordered everyone to stop immediately. The young man thought to himself that the waiter was as strong as an ox, and this guy had lifted him with one hand. The man indignantly asked who he was and why the hell he was giving orders here. Ignoring the question, Zhang Xiaoyun turned to Zhang Qi and asked if he had been bitten. He replied that he hadn't been bitten and asked what the problem was. Then, Zhang Xiaoyun said that he was following him. Grabbing the young man by the shoulder, the man asked where he was going, as they weren't finished yet. At the same time, one of his associates called out to the boss and reported that his head was spinning. The boss asked him what was wrong and if he had caught a cold again. The associate reported that he had only had a stuffy nose in the morning. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he had been bitten on the shoulder. The man replied that he had and asked why. He thought that he must already be infected, and now he had a bite close to his head, so he would soon start mutating. Without saying a word, the young man silently dragged the waiter away. The man asked what he was doing. The young man dragged the enraged waiter to the restroom and simply threw him inside. When the young man closed the door, the waiter began banging on it from the inside, trying to break it down. Zhang Xiaoyun thought it was good that they hadn't learned how to open doors yet. Wiping his hands as if they were dirty, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the group watching him. He turned to Zhang Qi and asked which of these men needed to be taken care of, demonstratively flexing his fists. Not understanding what was going on, Zhang Qi asked in surprise what he was talking about and if they knew each other. The gang leader threatened him with his fist and told the guy not to be so bold. Instantly grabbing him by the face with one hand, Zhang Xiaoyun slammed the man to the floor. His accomplice immediately rushed to his aid and shouted that he had asked for it. But Zhang Xiaoyun stopped him with a single blow to the jaw. The man immediately began to fall. It seemed that he had instantly lost consciousness, and foam began to come out of his mouth. Another gang member ran up to him and asked how he had been knocked out with a single blow. Zhang Xiaoyun shouted that anyone who wanted to try his fist should come forward. Then he turned back to Zhang Qi and told him to take his friends and wait outside the room. Zhang Qi replied that he understood. Taking the wounded Chen Chong by the arms, the group of men left the karaoke room. The gang leader also said that they were leaving, but Zhang Xiaoyun blocked their way. When the young man stood in the doorway and prevented them from leaving, the man asked what he was doing. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he was so drunk that he couldn't even remember his own name. He reminded him that he had almost killed his friend. The man indignantly asked what nonsense he was talking about and ordered him to get out of the way. But the young man pushed him hard and he immediately fell to the floor. The man called the young man a bastard and threatened that he was finished. Without responding to the threats, Zhang Xiaoyun simply closed the door to the karaoke room in front of them. The man began banging on the door and demanding that it be opened, threatening that otherwise he would skin him alive. The infection had already taken over the young man's mind and body. He no longer understood who was in front of him. He had only one desire: to eat flesh. Growling, he lunged at his boss. Everyone screamed, asking what the hell he was doing, biting people. Then there were cries for help and wild growls. The administrator ran to the screams and asked what had happened and if help was needed. The guy asked him to close the door and not let anyone out. He also called the police and an ambulance because there was an outbreak of rabies. The administrator didn't seem to believe the guy and asked him again about rabies. Zhang Xiaoyun got angry and shouted at him to do it immediately. He immediately took the key and began to close the doors to the karaoke room as the young man had instructed him. As he had said, the guys were waiting for him in the hallway. He approached them and told them to come with him. Looking at the door, the administrator said that this couldn't be happening and that there were very strange noises coming from inside. Another employee approached him and asked what had happened and why there was such chaos. He replied that one guest said there was an outbreak of rabies. The employee asked if he was serious. Then the administrator asked if he had heard about it. The man replied that he had, of course, and advised him to check the cameras. In the security room, they turned on the camera from the karaoke room onto a large screen and were horrified by what they saw. The crazed men were already finishing off one of them and had started on the girl. The manager screamed hysterically for someone to call the police immediately. Zhang Xiaoyun told them to hurry up and emphasized that it was already dangerous there. On the way, Zhang Qi thanked the young man for his help and asked who he was. The young man said his name was Zhang Xiaoyun and that he had been hired to protect him, but he couldn't say who for yet. One of the guys asked what kind of rabies flu it was and noted that the internet said it was fake. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he meant that he hadn't seen what happened in that room. Then another asked if there was any treatment for this flu. He replied that the epidemic would only get worse and that the world was doomed. They heard screams in the street and all turned in that direction to see what was happening. A zombie had already attacked a man who was screaming for help. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it was still a local outbreak, but most people were already carriers. The young man emphasized that soon everything would spiral out of control, so if they wanted to survive, they had to listen to his commands. Frightened by what they saw, the guys immediately agreed to do whatever Zhang Xiaoyun said. The system immediately reported that the first part of the task, former partners, was complete and he had earned 20 points. The boy thought that was great and decided to check the store. He noticed that the cultivator was still there, so he would probably have to either buy it or spend points on a manual upgrade. Zhang Xiaoyun thought that everything seemed useful and inexpensive. It would definitely come in handy in the fortress. Glancing discreetly at Zhang Qi, the boy thought that the problem of trust remained. In his past life, Zhang Qi's entire dormitory had been wiped out by zombies due to the betrayal of a close friend, and the main question was which of his 3 classmates had finished off the rest. Jing asked how they were doing and when the supplies he had mentioned would arrive. Then she remarked that the streets were so chaotic that she was afraid to go to the store. He replied that it would be soon. He would bring them as soon as he was free. Hearing a knock at the door, she cried out in fear. Li Shuxiang asked what was wrong. She said that someone was knocking on the door, so she hung up and quietly went to the door. Quietly creeping up to the door, she cautiously peeked through the peephole to see who was there. Opening the door, she asked what the noise was and added that it had scared her. Her sister said that Uncle Li from the first floor had been taken away. Jing asked where. Closing the door, her sister replied that she didn't know, but she had seen the police and an ambulance. Hearing this news, the girl realized where all the noise was coming from. Her sister said that it seemed like the flu was not just a scare and asked if Li Shuxiang had brought groceries. Jing replied that he had not yet. She cursed and said that she had already told her that men could not be trusted. Her sister told her to call him and tell him that Zhang Xiaoyun had a lot of supplies. He was probably planning to make money off the epidemic. She asked in surprise how she knew. The girl replied that she had gone to the new house, but he had chased her away. She added that she had seen trucks with food driving there. Then Kui Jing thoughtfully said that it meant he knew there would be an epidemic. My sister told her to call Li Shuchun and he would take care of it. The girl said that if he suddenly sold everything, they would take most of the money. Finally, they reached the fortress, and the car quickly drove into its territory. Getting out of the car, the guys immediately began to look around the place where the stranger had brought them. Zhang Qi exclaimed enthusiastically that it was an incredible place and looked like a real fortress. Smiling, Zhang Xiaoyun said that everyone reacted like this when they came here for the first time. The old man said that Mr. Xiaoyun had finally returned. Shan Shan followed her grandfather and asked if everything was okay. He told them not to worry and said that he would introduce them to the new members of the team. The young man said that this was Zhang Qi and his classmates. They would be staying with them. Then he introduced Grandpa Shenbo and Shan Shan. The girl said that since Xiaoyun's brother had chosen them, they would gladly accept. Zhang Xiaoyun asked the old man to take a few guys to show them around and tell them the rules. Shenbo said he could count on him. The guy said it looked like northern Myanmar. One of his classmates asked for weapons, saying that they could help defend the area. Hearing this request, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the guy carefully and with some suspicion. Then his classmate whispered to Yemen not to rush and said that they needed to gain trust first. Zhang Xiaoyun told him not to worry. They would get the weapons in a few days. He noted that the young man had quite serious injuries and that it would be better to have him examined in the infirmary. They were shown a place where they could wash up and tidy themselves up. One of the guys said it was very comfortable there. Eamon asked the guy why he had stopped him. Maybe then they would have gotten the weapons right away. The guy said that it was the best way to protect themselves. Otherwise, they were effectively under house arrest. Eamon responded that they had been saved, so why was he complaining? Then Eamon asked who the guy was and why he helped them. Zhang Qi replied that hadn't he told them he was hired to protect them? Eamon pointed out that the guy didn't mention the name of the person who hired him, and that it could be a trick. He muttered through clenched teeth that they should look at how he treated Chong and emphasized that this was not a hospital, but a real prison. The guy said that maybe he wanted to take him away for his organs and emphasized that they needed to strike first. His classmate replied that he might be wrong and asked why they should betray their savior. Eamon said that it was better to do it first than wait for them to betray them, and if the guy was telling the truth, they would capture the fortress and rule it. He said that there was only this old man and a girl here, therefore, they would attack when Xiaoyun was not there. He added that he had seen how pretty she was, so they could have fun with her. The guys immediately shared their thoughts on this with their classmate. He waved them off and said that they couldn't even joke around anymore. Then he added that they could calm down. Zhang Qi sighed and told him not to scare them like that. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he was already breaking the law. Another added that if they wanted to take them away, they would have locked them all up together because they had weapons. The young man thought that there was no point in negotiating with them. In times like these, the cruel would rule. When he achieved his goal, they would become his pawns for the rest of their lives. Soon they returned to report on the fulfillment of Zhang Xiaoyun's request. Old Shenbo reported that Zhang Qi and the others had settled in. The wounded man's name was Chen Chong, and he was now in the infirmary. He thanked Shenbo and asked him to tell Shan Shan that they could rest, because who knows what they would have to face tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it would be a good idea to keep an eye not only on Chen Chong, but also on Zhang Qi's other classmates. The young man said that he had a feeling that there was a traitor among them. After the conversation, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately went to the warehouse so that he could calmly shop at the system store with the reward he received for the task. First, he chose the Apocalypse Cultivator box, spending 2 points on it. The box contained corn seeds. With plenty of points, the guy started buying boxes of oil, protein, and sugar supplies. He also bought a box of armed deterrents, which contained 1,509mm cartridges. Looking at the pile of stuff, the guy realized that it was a pretty good haul. Money is more useful now, but after the apocalypse, such a reward will be invaluable. 3 cars with tinted windows slammed on the brakes in front of the gates of Zhang Xiaoyun's fortress. He called to say he was there and told them to double-check the address. He added that they would grab a bite to eat together when he was done. A minute later, the man shouted that everything was correct and ordered the guys to attack. They kicked and beat the gate with bats for some time, but it did not budge and did not even bend. One of the guys told the boss that the gate was several centimeters thick and they couldn't break it down. The boss angrily asked who would put such a gate on a normal house. Then the boss decided to try another method and ordered the guys to bring boxes from the trunk of the car. The boxes contained bottles with a flammable mixture, which they began to throw over the fence onto the property. Very quickly, the yard was engulfed in flames, and the bandits watched the results of their work with satisfaction. Running out with water, Shan Shan shouted that there was fire everywhere and that they needed to put it out quickly. She said that her brother Xiao Yun was right, that a disaster had not yet happened, but an extreme situation had already arisen. Armed, Zhang Xiaoyun said that now they would see who was looking for trouble. Climbing up to the observation tower, Shen Bo said that the black car looked familiar. The old man recognized the man and said that it was the same guy who had tried to cause an accident on the highway. Someone noticed them on the tower and reported it to the boss. He replied that it was definitely that bastard. Pointing at the guy, the man yelled that he would burn down his booth if he didn't come out. Zhang Xiaoyun shouted back that he had 5 minutes to get his guys out of there and get lost. One of the guys indignantly asked what he said and if he even knew who their boss was. Then he added that it was enough wasting time and told the others to bring the Molotov cocktail. Suddenly, the system announced that a new task had been received. The threat had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Shimbo turned to Zhang Xiaoyun and asked what they should do. Maybe a warning shot? The guy replied that there was no need for a warning shot. They were gangsters. The law was still in force, and they were already doing this. They didn't care if someone burned alive here or not. Taking aim, the guy said that they would only hurt innocent people if they left them alive. A shot rang out and the man fell to his knees screaming. He started yelling that the man had shot his arm. Zhang Xiaoyun cursed and said he had missed. He then said that his skills had rusted from this peaceful life. One of the men shouted that it was a rifle. The boss ordered his men to cover him and said they were leaving. Then he shouted that he would be back soon. The young man said that they would finish everything now because he hated waiting and started shooting. The gangsters had to hide from the rain of bullets that the young man was firing at them from the observation tower. They quickly jumped into the open trunk of the nearest car. The boss yelled at the frightened guy who got behind the wheel to drive away as fast as he could. Shimbo noticed that the gangsters were trying to escape in the car. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that that was why he had taken the machine gun. The guy started shooting at the car in which the bandits were hiding from the bullets and trying to drive away. After using 1 magazine of ammunition, the young man quickly and skillfully reloaded the automatic rifle. Old Shenbo mentally noted that the young man was aiming and reloading smoothly. He himself had not been able to do that so easily even when he was in the service. So who was this young man? Finally, the shot-up car stopped and began to smoke. There was no sign of anyone moving in or around it. Realizing that the targets had been destroyed, the young man asked Shenbo to call Zhang Qi and the rest to clean up. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. It occurred to him that this was the early stages of a disaster. Perhaps it would be better to turn them into zombies so that Zhang Qi and Shan Shan could practice. The young man turned to Shenbo again and said not to tell anyone. They would not rush. The old man asked if they would just leave them on the road. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he had another plan. His car had already left the city limits and was speeding down the highway to Zhang Xiaoyun's new house. Looking closely at the area, Li Shuxiang asked if they would be there soon. The girl fixed her hair and replied that she thought it was the next intersection. Kui Jing thought that her sister always acted like this when Li Shuxiang was around. Did her sister think she didn't notice? Li Shuxiang said he would stop nearby and wait for her. Then, he told her to call him when she got inside. Getting out of the car, she told Xiaoya that they were leaving. Hearing what her sister said, she asked in surprise if she should go too. She replied that, of course she should. Otherwise, how would she know which factory it was? Xiaoya replied that she just had to go straight ahead and she would see it right away. She added that her shoes were so uncomfortable that every step felt like torture. Then Kui Jing pulled her out of the car and shouted that she didn't care about her heels or anything else, but that she had to go. Xiao Ya shouted that she should at least let her take her bag because her phone was in it. Kui Jing told her to leave her phone behind too. He watched the girls walk toward the factory and went over his plan in his head once more. Glancing back, Li Shuxiong called and told them to get ready. Another car stopped a little behind them. Li Shuxiong reminded them that they had to leave as soon as his car started moving. The guys waiting for the signal from their boss replied that they understood and that the order had been accepted. Xiao Ya asked her sister why she had dragged her into this. They called her an old fox and said they wouldn't fall for her tricks. She immediately replied that Kui Jing had misunderstood. She explained that she had dressed up to pick up that loser. After all, he already knew about her and Li Shuxiong. Approaching the entrance, they stopped. Kui Jing asked what had happened, and her sister replied that it looked like there had been a shootout. Frightened, Xiao Ya noticed that everyone here was dead, and that they should probably turn back. Kui Jing said that the blood looked old, some time had passed. Perhaps two groups had clashed in a fight over Xiao Yun's supplies. Kui Jing said that, in her opinion, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't be alive at this point. She wondered if there was any food left in the warehouse. But Xiaoya, frightened, suggested returning and asking Li Shuxiong to sort everything out. Her sister agreed and added that they should first check if the gate was locked. Approaching the entrance, they tried to open it, but found that everything was locked. Xiaoya cursed and said that everything was so tightly closed that she couldn't see anything. She noted that since it was closed, Zhang Xiaoyun must be okay. Suddenly, they heard someone call them a couple and looked up in surprise. Shan told the girls to answer who they were and how they found this place. Then Xiao Ya shouted that they were Xiao Yun's friends. Kui Jing said that she was his girlfriend. The girl turned to Xiao Yun's brother and shouted that his girlfriend had come. Kui Jing told her sister that now she understood why he had changed so drastically. He had found someone else. Her sister told her not to even think about showing her dissatisfaction because they had an important task to complete. When Xiao Ya said that the girl had a crossbow and asked if Li Shuxiong could handle it, Kui Jing replied that they had several guns. They would deal with Xiao Yun. They just needed to open the door. The boy was surprised to hear the girls' names and asked what they were doing there. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, the boy used his mind's eye skill and saw what he already knew. She asked in a sweet voice if friends couldn't visit without a reason. After all, there was chaos outside and they were worried, wasn't he? Zhang Xiaoyun smiled and sarcastically said that they were worried. Then he asked if Li Shuxiong was nearby. How many people did he bring and what weapons did they have? They were so surprised that the boy knew about it that they had nothing to say. Several bullets flew right at their feet, and the girls jumped back in fear, screaming. Kui Jing shouted that Zhang Xiaoyun had lost his mind or something. He almost shot her. Xiao Ya told her sister not to provoke him because he had a gun and it was pointed at them, but she asked in return why she should be afraid. Did she think he would shoot her? The boy laughed and said that shooting her would be too easy and nodded to the girls to look around. She shouted that they must be rabid. Xiao Ya asked fearfully if the disease could be resurrected. Remembering what he and his friends had done to the girls in their past lives, Zhang Xiaoyun said that they would die by their hand. The girls somehow managed to avoid the clumsy zombies that began to rush at them. Li Shuxiong looked out the window of his car when he heard someone shouting his name. Kui Jing was screaming and begging him to save her. He saw that the girls were trying to escape from the madmen. Realizing that zombies were chasing the girls, he cursed and asked where they had come from. He immediately started the car and radioed that they had to get out of there immediately because it was infected. Both cars turned sharply and drove off without waiting for the girls who were running towards them. Shouting after them that Li Shuxun was a bastard, she added that she didn't want to die like this. She threw her purse after her sister, who was running ahead of her, and didn't even look back. The bag fell right at the girl's feet and, caught on the strap, fell to the ground. Zombies immediately rushed at the girl and began to bite her. She screamed that Kui Jing was a stupid bitch and would not die so easily. While the zombies feasted on her sister, the girl quickly ran away, repeating that she deserved it. The system reported that the threat had been eliminated and that he would receive 10 points as a reward. Now he would receive a new task to clean up the street. He had to get rid of the monsters and infected people around the base. Watching what was happening, Shan asked how they turned into zombies. The guy replied that this was the beginning of the apocalypse. There were many infections from other worlds in the air. Those who died and were left on the streets would quickly turn into zombies. For some of the living, exhaustion or minor injuries would be enough. Shan replied that she understood. Then Zhang Xiaoyun asked her to call everyone to a meeting. She called everyone to the room where Zhang Xiaoyun was waiting for them, and they all sat down at the table. He informed them that they would have to remain inside for the next few days. The doors and windows would be kept tightly closed. Their bodies needed to adapt to the new infection. Zhang Xiaoyun said that this way, they would be able to reduce the risk of mutation. Then Zhang Qi asked anxiously what had happened to Chen Chong. Chen Chong was still almost unconscious and remained in the infirmary. However, the infection was already growing in his weakened body, and he felt pain and fever from it. The city was already in a state of panic, with riots and looting. In addition to the zombies that were suddenly appearing, Zhang Shenjie looked out the window and noticed that the streets were already in complete chaos. He said that they would have to go to the warehouse at night to pick up the remaining supplies. The man told Xiao Li that they would stay at home. He ordered her not to open the door to anyone except him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of their apartment, and he looked over in alarm. Signaling to his wife and son to remain quiet, he quietly made his way to the front door. To protect himself in case of trouble, he grabbed a golf club. Yang Tao asked if his brother was home. He breathed a sigh of relief when he recognized Yang Tao's voice and opened the door, but immediately he was knocked to the floor. It was indeed Yang Tao, but he was accompanied by a group of men who twisted Zhang Shengjie's arms and pinned him to the floor. Looking at Yang Tao, he asked what the hell he was doing, since he had treated him well. Yang Tao indignantly asked when he had ever treated him well and reminded him that Zhang Shengjie considered him his lackey. Then Zhang Shengjie asked if he had no conscience and if he had forgotten who had helped him with the down payment on his house. Yang Tao shouted that he was still talking about the down payment when he himself had bought several houses. He then ordered him to hand over the keys to the warehouse and give him the address. Grabbing his wife by the hair, Yang Tao warned that if he resisted, she would suffer. The frightened boy began to cry and then shouted for his uncle to let his mother go. To protect his mother, the boy ran up and bit Yang Tao's hand with all his might. Yang Tao called the boy a little bastard, slapped him, and pushed him hard. Zhang Shengjie called them degenerates and told them to attack him if they had the guts, but to leave his wife and child alone. Yang Tao told him not to worry and warned that they would be safe as long as he cooperated. Then he ordered them to take him to his warehouse. Zhang Shengjie had no choice but to take Yang Tao and his gang to the warehouse. But there were only a few boxes in the warehouse. Surprised, Yang Tao asked if that was all there was. He replied that had he forgotten how he had found him a big client, he had sold him everything. There was almost nothing left. Remembering Zhang Xiaoyun, he said that if they got to his warehouse, they would have enough to last them the rest of their lives. Then Zhang Shengjie advised them not to go there and said that he had seen weapons when he delivered the food. He noted that the guy was definitely preparing for disaster. Yang Tao replied to Zhang Shengjie that it was his problem now. Hearing this, Zhang Shengjie asked what he was talking about. Yang Tao said that he was trading his wife and son's safety for Xiaoyong's supplies. He then asked if that wasn't a good deal. They all went to the infirmary to see what had happened to Chen Chong. Fortunately, by the time the infection had overcome him, Chen Chong was already tied to the bed. He was trying desperately to break free and was growling. It was very painful for them to see what had happened to their friend, who now did not even recognize them. Zhang Xiaoyun looked closely at the guy who said that Chen Chong should be killed. Zhang Qi indignantly asked what he had just said and looked at his classmate with a condemning gaze. He replied that he was already dead. If he somehow managed to escape, the rest would be left behind. His classmate shouted that he was their friend and he had decided to get rid of him so easily. Zhang Xiaoyun intervened in the conversation and said that the boy was right. The reincarnated had little chance of survival. He took out a knife, poked his friend with it, and told him to take it. The boy asked in fear what this meant. Zhang Xiaoyun explained that he gave him the knife so that he could finish him off, and he wouldn't suffer. He then reminded the young man that he wanted a weapon. Now he could take it and put his friend out of his misery. Zhang Qi approached them, grabbed the knife, and told Xiaoyun that he would do it himself. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if Zhang Qi was sure. What if he had tricked them? Then he would kill his friend. Zhang Qi responded to Zhang Xiaoyun's remark by saying that he completely trusted him. He was pleased to hear such words again from someone who had been his friend in a past life. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they should get down to business. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Qi swung his knife to finish off his classmate and friend. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyun heard a notification sound. It was a new message from the system saying that a rare mutant had been found. The guy grabbed Zhang Qi by the arm and stopped him from finishing the job. Not understanding what was happening, Zhang Qi turned to Xiaoyun's brother and asked why he had stopped him. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that it was time for them to go outside. There was a rather peculiar situation there, and there would be a use for this boy. When everyone left to prepare to leave the fortress, Zhang Miaoyun remained alone with the zombie. He turned to Chen Chong and told him that he had an important task for him. His car had skidded on the road and crashed into a concrete pillar at full speed. Getting out of the car, which had already started to smoke, Zhang Shenji said that he had been unlucky. Zhang Shenji sighed and said that at least he had made it there when a zombie appeared behind him. The zombie lunged at the man and sank its teeth into his arm. He howled in pain. Cursing, Zhang Shenji pushed the zombie away with all his strength and managed to break free. In that brief moment when the zombie staggered, he had enough time to quickly rush back to his car. He managed to grab a piece of scrap metal lying on the seat and hit the zombie on the head with it. Then he shouted at it to get away. When the zombie fell, he hit it several more times until it stopped moving. Hearing the familiar growl again, the man decided it was best not to linger. Pressing the bite wound on his arm, Zhang Shenji headed toward the factory where he had delivered the food. Zombies were still wandering around the entrance to the fortress in search of new victims. Zhang Xiaoyun exited through a side door in the concrete fence of his fortress. Everyone followed him out to clear the area. This was necessary for training. Shan Shan turned to Xiaoyun's brother and said that it was very uncomfortable to move around in this. He replied that it was impossible to negotiate with zombies. They were much stronger than ordinary people, so it was dangerous, and since they had no experience, protective equipment was mandatory. They could take it off when they were ready. Looking out, he told them to be careful because they had entered the zone of visibility. The zombies reacted immediately to the appearance of people. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they had been spotted, so they had to prepare for battle. The guy shouted for them not to forget what he had taught them. They covered each other and kept their distance. Zhang Xiaoyun quickly jumped out of the way of a zombie that had jumped at the boy. He shouted that their chance would come when the zombie missed. Then they should quickly aim for the temple or the back of the neck. The guy ordered one of them to quickly hit the zombie. He swung and hit the zombie on the head with a machete, but it turned out that he didn't hurt the zombie much. Grabbing his arm, the guy shouted that it hurt. Zhang Xiaoyun shouted that the skull was very strong, so he would only damage his arm. Xiao Kai's movements were a perfect example of what not to do. The zombie growled and grabbed the boy's weapon. Xiao Kai felt that he was very strong. The attacker began to chatter his teeth, trying to grab the boy until he grabbed the machete blade. Xiao Kai shouted that someone should save him. Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that he was defending himself well. He then called out to Zhang Qi and told him that his friend needed help. Following Zhang Xiaoyun's orders, Zhang Qi instantly jumped toward his friend and swung the bat at the zombie. As Xiaoyun had explained, Zhang Qi tried to hit the zombie's neck with the bat to break it. The guy said that they were doing everything right, but one blow would not be enough, so they had to keep going. When the zombie stopped moving, Zhang Qi looked back at Xiaoyun and asked how they were doing. Smiling, the guy said that everything was fine. Watching the others, he forgot about his own safety and didn't notice the zombie approaching from behind. Noticing it behind Zhang Xiaoyun, the boy shouted for him to watch out. But when it lunged at the guy, He grabbed its head so that it couldn't reach him with its teeth. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if they had forgotten what he had said. Then he repeated that they must never relax until they had checked everything around them. At the same time, Zhang Shengjie had almost reached the factory where he was taking supplies to Zhang Xiaoyun. Noticing the zombies, he said that those damn mutants had already gotten here. Had they really killed Zhang Xiaoyun? Someone shouted that his partner needed help, and another replied that he understood and told him to stay alert. Zhang Shengji recognized his voice and went to look for him. He headed for a car parked near the entrance, where the voices were coming from. Hiding behind the car, he quietly peeked out to see what was happening. Zhang Shengji said that the guy had gathered a team and was hunting the mutants. Watching the group destroy the zombies, he completely forgot about his own safety and did not notice that someone was hiding under the car. Someone's hand grabbed his pants and began to pull him hard to knock him down. Since the zombies were very strong, the man couldn't resist and fell right in front of the car. She quickly jumped out and started attacking the man, trying to bite him. The man tried to hold her back and push her away, but he was too weak and just cursed. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and her dirty blood and body parts scattered around him. He was saved by the very person he needed. Zhang Xiaoyun was his last hope. Zhang Shengji pushed the remains of the zombie away from him in disgust and began to get up. Zhang Xiaoyun was surprised to see Zhang Shengji here and asked him what he was doing here. He took a few steps toward the boy and said that he couldn't believe he had managed to reach him. The boy immediately noticed a zombie bite mark on Zhang Shengji's arm. Putting his gun to his forehead, Zhang Xiaoyun said that he could see the bite mark. Zhang Shengji immediately asked him not to shoot because he had something important to tell him. The young man told him to speak but not to come any closer. He said he knew he was already infected and didn't have even half a day left to live. Tears streamed from his eyes and he shouted that the bastard Yang Tao had killed his wife and child. They wanted to use him to take Xiao Yun's supplies. Turning to Xiao Yun, he said that he knew he wasn't the best person, but he wasn't completely evil either. His wife and child were innocent. The man emphasized that those creatures would spare no one and that a fate worse than his awaited them. He begged the young man to help them, if only out of gratitude for getting him all those supplies. The young man thought that the man had done everything for his own benefit, but his help had really come in handy. Moreover, there was a lot of space in the fortress, and the balance was heavily skewed in favor of the men. Zhang Xiaoyun heard the sound of a system notification. He thought that if a new task had arrived, it must sound tempting. His new task was to rescue Shengji's wife and child. The young man replied not to worry and promised to take care of his family. The man immediately fell to his knees before him and bowed, saying that he would never be able to repay him in this life. Therefore, he would become his loyal servant in the next. After thanking Zhang Shengji, he asked Zhang Xiaoyun to finally do it. When the young man asked what he was talking about, Zhang Shengji asked him to finish him off. He did not want to turn into a monster who would threaten his family. Zhang Xiaoyun shouted to Shan Shan to bring a bicycle from the warehouse. The boy told him to get out of there as far away from people as possible and find an isolated place. Zhang Shengji asked why he was doing this. The boy replied that it was none of his business and, noting that there was little time, ordered him to do as he was told. Sighing, he said he would do as he was told and thanked Zhang Xiaoyun again. Taking his bike, he set off. Tears filled his eyes, and he thought only of his wife and son. For their sake, he pedaled with all his might and tried to resist the disease that had almost conquered his body and mind. Finally, they dragged the bodies of all the zombies they found nearby and finished them off. They doused the pile of bodies with fuel and set it on fire to get rid of them for good. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they could handle a lone zombie with a group of 3 men armed with hand-to-hand weapons without getting injured, but they weren't ready to face a group or horde of zombies. Approaching the fortress gate, the guy told everyone to follow him. Once inside, the guy called Shenbo and asked him to come closer. Giving him the key, the guy said that it was for the weapons room and that he would go to the city at night. Therefore, the safety of the fortress was in his hands. Taking the key, Shinbo noticed that there must be chaos there and asked if he was going alone. Zheng Qi and Xiao Kai immediately volunteered to go with him, but one of the boys remained silent and drew attention to this moment. Xiao Yun replied that it was not necessary. They were not ready yet and would only get in the way. He then told Shenbo that he was counting on him. The old man told him not to worry and wished him luck. On the way to the city of Jiang, Xiao Yun decided to look in the system store, but for some reason, it was empty, so he decided to update it manually, which cost him 2 points. After the update, new boxes appeared: dark technologies, life-saving, and armed deterrence. The system also reported that the next update would cost 4 points. The guy thought it would be better to be more careful with manual updates. After reviewing the offers, the guy noticed that the items were useful and he had enough points. He purchased dark technologies for 20 points. In the dark technologies box, he found a serum that increased physical strength by 5 points. The guy used it, covering his eyes from the bright flash. The guy noticed that it was as if he had thrown a light noise at himself. After using the serum, his strength was at 13. That's 260% of the strength of an ordinary person. In addition, he had a spatial ring and the Eye of Mind. She tried to calm her little son, assuring him that his father would take care of everything. Yan Tao and another man entered the room where the woman and child were being held. The frightened woman asked the uninvited guests why they had come there. Grabbing her, Yang Tao asked her what she thought and told her that they had come there to have some fun. The woman started screaming when they tore her blouse and tried to break free. A man entered the room and asked what the noise was and what was going on. The man suggested that he join them. The other man replied that they had not yet finished their task and that they were thinking about it, and ordered him to let her go. Then the man indignantly asked what the problem was and reminded them that this was not the first time. The man asked what they would do if she couldn't take it and killed herself. Then her husband would have nothing to lose, and they would have to fight to the end. Then none of them would get out alive. He added that they would not give her a day's rest once they had dealt with her husband. He replied that this time he would listen to him, and, turning to his wife, told her that he would be back soon. The frightened woman tried to calm her son, who was trembling with fear and crying bitterly. Zombies wandered among the cars in the night city, looking for someone alive to feed on. Zhang Xiaoyun mentally noted that 13 points of strength was more than twice the average human. Even his reactions and body control had improved noticeably. The boy got out of the car, knowing that the city center was ahead and the car would attract a lot of attention, so he would have to walk a little. As soon as he took a few steps, several zombies rushed at him. He knocked the first one off its feet by tripping it with his leg. Then the guy got ready to strike. Then, grabbing the zombie by the arm, Zhang Xiaoyun threw it like a bowling ball at the other one. He prepared his machete to finally finish off these two annoying zombies. Not waiting for them to attack again, the guy ran towards them with his sharp machete. In a moment, the zombies' heads rolled down the road. The guy said that now he completely surpassed the current zombies in strength and reflexes. Now it was clear how different this was from the strength of an ordinary person. The guy said that even his senses were working better. He heard someone say that they were blocked here and determined that it was about 800 meters away. The system reported that a random task had been received. A man shouted that they were surrounded. Several zombies tried to break into the store. The guard told them to quickly carry everything heavy to barricade themselves. The boy turned to his father and asked if they were going to die here. His father replied that he shouldn't worry, because these freaks wouldn't get through, and in the worst case they would soon be reunited with their mother. The child immediately began to cry, and the security guard turned to Song and asked him to watch his language, as things were already bad enough. The man replied that if he knew how to watch his language, he would have been a real estate owner long ago. Listening to the zombies trying to break the glass, the guard said that today would surely be the end. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of a struggle, and blood splattered, covering the glass. A half-dead zombie ran into the glass door and began to slide down it. It was so unexpected that the boy screamed in fear and fell to the floor. When it became completely quiet, and there were no zombies visible at the entrance, the guard turned to Song's friend and said that they would clear the entrance together with Jiaxuan. While he covered them with his gun, they quietly moved the furniture to clear the exit. The security guard cautiously peeked through the half-open door to assess the situation. Realizing that all the zombies were dead, they left the store armed with whatever they could find. The man asked who had dealt with the zombie. Clutching the pipe in his hands, the boy said that they must be mutants. Then he added that they were definitely mutants. When his father asked what kind of mutants he was talking about, the boy said that they were ordinary zombies that had become smarter and stronger. They are always like that in games, books, and comics. Then the father told the boy that now he understood why he had such low grades. Looking back, he told his friend Song again that he had zero empathy and asked how he could talk about that in a situation like this. He ordered him to keep an eye on the situation because they didn't need the mutants ambushing them. The guard said that everyone should watch their side and that they would slowly make their way to the base. But when they looked out, they noticed Zhang Xiaoyun reading a message about the completion of the task. The boy said worriedly that it must be a mutant. It had to be a zombie mutant. The guard replied that this guy looked more like a survivor. Zhang Xiaoyun knew what the boy was talking about. So he looked back, smiled, and told the boy not to fantasize. He added that it wasn't that easy to find them yet. Realizing that he wasn't a zombie, the guard came out and said happily that he was a survivor, just like them. He turned to the boy and told him that it was dangerous to walk alone. In times like these, it was important to stick together, so he suggested that he go with them. The boy asked who they were and added that there were only a few people there. The guard replied that they had gone out for supplies. A small group of people gathered in the garden of Zhongxiang. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if this was the Zhongshan garden next to the Jinju mansion. The man confirmed it and said that it was across the street. The man suggested that he go with them, as there was strength in numbers. Moreover, Captain Lee had weapons. He added that they had experience fighting these lunatics and would protect him. The young man thanked him for the offer and said he would join them. On the way, Song asked the young man if he had asked about Jin Yu's mansion because he was supposed to meet someone important there. When Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he had, Song asked if it was a relative or perhaps a girlfriend. To support the guy, Song put his arm around him and said that the old world was over and the chances of survival weren't great, so they needed to mentally prepare for the worst. Captain Lee added that even if they weren't finished off by this army of madmen, they could still run into those creatures. He said that a group of bandits had settled in the area around the Bikuishan mansion in the east of the city. They were killing everyone they came across. One encounter with them was enough for them to lose many of their comrades. After that, Captain Lee suggested not talking about it and just being more careful with those who had survived. Little Jiaxuan called out to Uncle Lee and shouted that he was being attacked from behind. The zombie had almost reached the man when he turned around and pulled out his gun. He had no choice but to shoot the zombie that attacked him, so he fired 2 shots straight into its head and it fell down. Captain Lee said that this was very bad. The sound of the gunshot attracted the attention of other zombies, and they would soon be here. He was right. The zombies reacted instantly to the sound of the shot and turned in that direction. They needed to find somewhere to hide, and after quickly scanning the area, Captain Lee said he had found a place. He ordered everyone to run to the bus quickly. Zhang Xiaoyun thought that running in disorder could attract even more attention, so the bus was a good place to hide. The only downside was that there was nowhere to retreat from it. The boy said he would give this hasty decision a score of 70 points. Already at the bus door, Captain Lee shouted for the boy to hurry up. The boy quickly reached the bus, where they were already waiting impatiently for him. Captain Lee prepared to quickly close the door. As soon as the boy ran in, he instantly closed the door and shouted for them to check every seat to make sure no one was hiding underneath. Jiaxuan looked out the window and shouted that the zombies weren't giving up and were gathering around the bus. Captain Lee cursed and said that they were running too slowly, so the madmen had noticed where they were hiding. The zombies surrounded the bus and banged on it with their hands, trying to break the windows and break down the door. The bus doors were broken and wouldn't close completely. Captain Lee held them with all his strength but realized that he could barely hold them and wouldn't be able to keep it up for long. Zhang Xiaoyun approached the door, closed it with one hand, and held it shut. The captain wondered where the boy got such amazing strength. The boy said he would hold the door and prevent it from being opened. He then told the captain to ask the others to break the windows and fight back. Deciding to trust the boy, Captain Lee agreed and went to the others to inform them of the plan. The zombies immediately reacted to the sound of breaking glass and turned toward the broken bus window. They began to climb through the window to get into the bus. Fortunately, it was high, so they couldn't reach it. Leaning out of the window, Song hit one of them with a piece of rebar and cracked his head open. The man screamed for him to finally kill him. To prevent the man from falling out of the window and being dragged out, they held him by his clothes. After reloading his gun, Captain Lee said that there weren't enough bullets for everyone. Jung Xiaoyun called out to him and said he could take it. The captain asked in surprise where the boy had gotten it. Handing the crossbow to the captain, the boy said he had just picked it up on the street. While Song fought the zombies that had already approached the bus, Captain Lee shot the rest with the crossbow. When they had dealt with the zombies that had attacked the bus and there was no one else in sight, they immediately decided to leave. Little Jiaxuan exclaimed that the critical situation had ended in their favor twice. This was no coincidence. They were the children of the apocalypse. As they parted ways, Zhang Xiaoyun told them not to let their guard down and not to make such stupid mistakes again. Meanwhile, in the fortress, someone said they hoped everything was going smoothly for Xiaoyun. The boy asked Shinbo to let him stand guard that night. Xiao Kai asked his classmate where he got such enthusiasm, and he immediately shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and mind his own business. Then he asked Yimin what was wrong and why he was reacting so sharply to a simple question. Shinbo said that was fine. Since Yimin had volunteered, the rest should go to their rooms and rest. He asked Yimin to be careful and wake everyone up immediately if anything happened. Sitting on guard duty in the watchtower, the young man noticed that it was late and everyone should be asleep. Li Yimin said that it was better not to waste time and deal with everyone before Zhao Yun returned. The young man looked into Shinbo's room to take the key to the weapons store. He noticed that the key was lying next to his pillow. He quietly approached the old man's bed and thought he was fast asleep. He reached out to take the key, but as soon as his hand approached the key, old Shinbo opened his eyes. Shinbo quickly sat up and asked anxiously what he was doing. The young man cursed silently. The boy did not answer him, but simply punched the old man in the temple with his fist. The old man shouted that he was a bastard and asked what he was going to do. Then he ordered him to return the key immediately. Hearing the shouting and noise, everyone peeked out of their rooms. Shan Shan asked what was happening. Shinbo replied that the bastard Li Yimin had stolen the key to the weapons store and asked them to stop him. The old man shouted after Li Yimin, asking him what he was doing. Everyone immediately rushed after him. To delay them and gain some time, Li Yimin began to throw things and furniture in his path. His plan worked, and the overturned furniture became an obstacle to their rapid movement. Zhang Qi shouted, calling Li Yimin a despicable bastard. On the way to the weapons warehouse, Li Yimin ran past the infirmary and an idea came to him. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said he would see it through to the end. The young man entered the infirmary, where Chen Chong was chained to the bed and wanted to unfasten the restraints. But Chen Chong lunged at him and almost grabbed his hand. The boy asked why he was tied up so poorly. He noticed that one hand was already untied. He grunted and added that it was even better that way. It would save time. When they were almost at the infirmary, they noticed someone standing in the corridor. Zhang Qi said that Li Yimin, the bastard, had released Chen Chong from quarantine. He wants to finish them off. Shenbo said that he had no idea that this kid could be like that. Shan Shan asked what they should do since all their weapons were there. The old man replied that they would try and lock him back in. He told the boys to spread out and use the method Xiao Yun had taught them, but they had to be careful not to get bitten. They tried to approach quietly and carefully so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. They managed to sneak up behind him, and Zhang Qi grabbed Chen Chong by the neck and head. Shan Shan and Xiao Kai grabbed Chen Chong's arms so he couldn't use them. When they grabbed him, Shenbo told them to push him very carefully into the infirmary and lock him in. They brought Chen Chong to the door, counted to 3, and on command, pushed him inside. Zhang Qi quickly locked the infirmary door before Chen Chong could react because they remembered that zombies were very strong. Shenbo asked if anyone thought it was too easy. Everyone agreed with him. Then the old man said that they had wasted time and that the bastard had already reached the weapons store. Peeking out from around the corner, Emin asked who he called a bastard. He said he didn't know where Xiao Yun had hidden the rest of the weapons. Emin said that was all there was, but it would be enough for them. He would deal with them and then look for other weapons. After that, he ordered them to go into the room. Zhang Qi asked what he was doing and emphasized that Zhang Xiaoyun's brother had saved them. He replied that a great favor can become a heavy burden. Just look at how arrogant he is. He saved them once, but now he considers them slaves for the rest of their lives. Shenbo remarked that some people are ungrateful by nature and cannot be taught. Xiao Kai asked Yimin not to do this. But the young man did not even think of stopping. He shouted for them to obey his command. Chen Chong opened his eyes and his expression changed. There was no longer empty lust in his gaze. He heard Eamon order the others to quickly enter the room and turn the key in his hand. Captain Lee reported that there was only one intersection left before Jinju's mansion. Noticing that the terrain there was difficult, Captain Lee said that it would be ideal for hiding from the mutants. He then added that the boy should take care of himself. He told him to come to the garden when he found his people. Captain Lee said they were in the 8th room. He emphasized that he should not try to enter through the main entrance. The boy replied that he understood and thanked the men for their help and invitation. When the boy left, Sun asked Captain Lee if they would help him, since he had saved them. The captain replied that they didn't know what was going on near the mansion and that the horde of zombies would definitely kill them. Sun asked if that meant the boy had gone to his death. Captain Lee replied that they had warned him and added that it was a pity to lose someone with such good skills. At that intersection, there were indeed zombies swarming around the houses, waiting for new victims. Yentao sighed and said that he had no light or communication, so he couldn't check how Zhang Shenjie had coped with the task. His accomplice told him to forget about it and that he didn't care. He had held back long enough. He needed to let off some steam that night, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep. Another remarked that since he had gone alone, he was surely dead. They would just have to tie up his wife so she wouldn't do anything to herself. Someone shouted that they should just enjoy it so they wouldn't have any regrets. Who knows when they'll get to them? The man said okay, but she had to stay alive. Someone asked if he was going with them or not. Peering out the window near where he was standing, he said that for some reason, all the zombies in the yard were chopped up. He decided to check what was going on and peeked into the entrance. Seeing no one, he asked who was there and if they were rescuers. At that moment, a cold blade ran across his throat and cut off his head, which rolled down the stairs. When the bandits entered the room, she hugged her son to protect him and screamed for them to go away. One of the gangsters told her not to pretend she didn't know why they were there. He began to pull the boy away from her, and she screamed for them to let him go immediately. Throwing the boy against the door, he said that they only wanted her. Trying to get up, the boy shouted that he would protect his mother at any cost. They laughed at the boy's words and threw him out of the room like a piece of trash. The door closed, and the boy screamed for the bad men to let his mother go, emphasizing that his father would never forgive them. Suddenly, someone appeared at the front door, and the boy asked fearfully who it was. Zhang Xiaoyun asked the boy if his father's name was Zhang Shengjie. The frightened child nodded. Yang Tao hit the woman and told her to scream louder, asking if she was afraid her son would hear her. He hit her again and shouted at her to start screaming immediately and not spoil his fun. But the woman just cried silently. Then he said that, since there was no sound, he would go first. Unexpectedly for everyone, someone kicked the door so hard that it swung wide open. He managed to say that the boy was not a weakling after all and had even knocked the door down when the blade pierced his neck. Yantao ordered him to throw the boy out again, and when he didn't move, he asked him what he was waiting for. They were shocked when they saw him fall to the ground and his head roll toward the door. Zhang Xiaoyun struck Yang Tao first, who asked in surprise what the hell was going on. Seeing how the boy had knocked Yang Tao against the wall with a single blow, his accomplice asked who he was. The young man did not answer his question and simply shut his mouth with a kick. At that moment, Yimin shouted that he was repeating himself for the last time. They had to go into the room or he would shoot. Shenbo said that they listened to him and went into the room. Shan Shan started to say, "But Brother Xiao Yun," But Grandpa stopped her and said that he had a gun. He asked them to do as he said and that he would think of something. Eamon smiled and asked what he would come up with. He added that it seemed they would have to leave a few bodies behind to establish their authority. Aiming his weapon at Shinbo Lee, Yimin said that old Shin would be the first to die. Shan Shan cried out in fear to her grandfather. Jiang Qi shouted for Yimin to stop. Hearing a strange sound coming from the infirmary door, Eamon asked what the noise was. It became apparent that the lock on the door was turning. The infirmary door slowly opened, and Chen Chong stood before them. Someone said that the infirmary door had been locked, so it turned out that Chen Chong had opened the door himself with a key, but that's impossible because he's crazy. Chen Chong slowly walked out into the corridor and stopped, turning his head toward Imin. Emotions of anger were visible on Chen Chong's face as he looked at Imin. Aiming at him, Imin shouted that if the zombie had opened the door, he couldn't be left alive. He immediately pulled the trigger, but it didn't work. Trying again, the guy shouted that it was jammed. The guy cursed and asked how this was possible when Chen Chong was already rushing at him. Eamon started calling for help, but it was too late. Chen Chong ripped the guy's stomach open with a few moves. Having dealt with Eamon, Chen Chong stood up. They stood quietly behind him, watching to see what would happen next. But he simply grabbed the already disemboweled Iman by his clothes and dragged him into the infirmary room. Shenbo asked what had just happened. Zhang Qi noted that he was so calm. Breathing heavily, Chen Chong stopped and nodded as if he heard and understood what they were saying. When Chen Chong returned to the infirmary door, Shan Shan covered her mouth to keep from screaming in surprise. He reached out and inserted the key into the automatic lock on the infirmary door. Pulling the key out of the lock, Chen Chong swung his arm and threw the key into the hallway. The key fell right in front of Shenbo and his former classmates. After that, Chen Chong closed the infirmary door behind him, and it automatically locked. Their surprise knew no bounds. They stood there for a while, realizing what had happened. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyun dealt with the thugs in Zhen Shenjie's apartment. When Zhang Xiaoyun called the boy over, the woman immediately asked what he was going to do. He repeated that the boy should come over. The boy told his mother that everything was fine and headed toward Zhang Xiaoyun. He pulled out a knife and told the boy to take it. The boy looked at Xiaoyun with fear and surprise. After the boy took the knife, Zhang Xiaoyun told him to kill the gangsters. Hearing what he said, the gangsters immediately began to beg for mercy. His mother cried out that he was just a child and couldn't do such a thing. Therefore, they shouldn't demand this of him. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he was no longer a child. Then he told the boy that he was the only man who could protect his mother. He told the boy to gather all his strength and punish the creatures who had hurt his mother. Thinking about what the thugs had done to his mother, the boy rushed at them with a knife. Putting all his anger into the sharp knife, he dealt with his and his mother's attackers. After doing this, the boy stopped and began to breathe heavily. Looking at her son, she said his name with deep regret in her voice. Xiao Shui looked at Zhang Xiaoyun and asked if they had finished off his father. The boy confirmed this, and little Xiao Shui threw the knife away and ran to his mother. Hugging her, he began to cry again. The woman asked the boy to at least take her son away and promised to give him anything he wanted in return, but the boy said he would not go anywhere and would protect his mother. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that they would all leave together. He then said that he had promised her husband that they would be safe. A few minutes later, they left the mansion. Zhang Xiaoyun gave the woman a machete and told her to be careful and stay close to him. Seeing a pile of zombie bodies, the boy asked who was strong enough to kill so many zombies. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he had done it. Noticing some movement on the street, the boy told them to stop and take a closer look. The boy asked the woman if she knew the way to the 8th building of the Zhongshan Garden. She replied that he was looking in her direction. They told them not to worry and that they would honestly share their supplies. The women under 40 would also go with them. One of the men asked what they should do next. Should they surrender? Captain Lee gritted his teeth in anger. Looking back at the young man, he replied that they should not surrender because they would not keep their promises. No one except Yu Yueran and Hao Feng would be left alive. They were told they had 10 minutes to think about it. Refusal would lead to the death of all. A woman asked if the two of them could go out and beg for mercy. The other woman shouted that she didn't want to go. She wasn't going to become their plaything for entertainment. Captain Lee told them to be quiet and that this would not happen. They had to guard the entrance, and they would not be able to enter from the other side. One of the bandits said that they had good weapons, but their leader had a pistol. If these cowards didn't come out, it would be difficult to take the ship by storm. The other one grunted and said they didn't need to. He ordered them to cut off the water on the lower floors, and then they would see how long they could hold out. They hid behind the wall of one of the houses, watching the gangsters' actions. Xiao Shuai asked if these people were also bad guys. Telling the boy that they were, the young man came out from behind the house. Taking aim, he said that they were just like those who had bullied him and his mother. Captain Lee ordered them to hold the stairs and not reveal their position while he went down to check what they were doing. He quietly and slowly approached the window of one of the apartments so that he would not be noticed. Peeking out, he saw 7 men in full gear, 3 of them armed. Suddenly there was a gunshot, followed by a powerful flash that blinded everyone. Instinctively hiding so that he would not be seen in the window, Captain Lee asked what the hell was going on. The other members of the group waiting for Captain Lee on the stairs also heard the gunshot. The bandits, who had not expected anything like this, immediately became alarmed and began to ask what it was. Realizing that one of their own had been shot, the bandits scattered in all directions, shouting, "Who's there?" Captain Lee quietly peeked out the window again to see what was happening. Looking closely, he said that it was the same guy who had saved them that night. Zhang Xiaoyun started shooting at the gangsters. They immediately began to hide from his bullets. One of the bandits did not manage to hide in time and was hit by a bullet and began to fall. The rest of the gangsters found some cover and started shooting back. But none of the bullets fired by the gangsters hit the young man, simply piercing the ground at his feet. The gang leader cursed and gritted his teeth in anger. He angrily asked where this guy with a gun had come from. Hearing where the bandit was hiding, Zhang Xiaoyun began shooting at his hiding place. The leader shouted what the hell they were doing and ordered them to shoot the guy while he distracted him. Then, following his command, one of the bandits started shooting at the guy, yelling for him to finally die. Noticing that he had come out of his hiding place, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately shot the bandit and finished him off. Hearing that it had become quiet, the gang leader joyfully asked if the fool had run out of bullets. Jumping out of his hiding place, the gang leader aimed to shoot the boy, but he did not expect the boy to appear right in front of him and froze for a moment. Telling the boy to go to hell, the gang leader fired, but thanks to his quick reaction, the boy dodged the bullet. Then he instantly and skillfully broke the bandit's arm, which was holding the gun. Pointing the gun at him, the young man replied that now it was the gang leader's turn to go to hell and shot him. Taking the leader's gun with him, the young man entered the building. There, gang members who had managed to hide were already lying in wait. As soon as the young man took a few steps, the bandits immediately rushed to attack him. Within seconds, the sound of gunshots rang out. When it was all over, the young man told them they could come out. Little Xiao Shuai ran up to him and said that Uncle Xiaoyun looked so cool. The system informed him that he had received another task. He needed to recruit those who had escaped in the Zhongxiang garden. Zhang Xiaoyun asked who these bandits were. Captain Li replied that they were the bastards from the Biquan villas. They were in the south of the city. Okay. Captain Li called the boys Liu Chao and Chen Ji and asked them to tell Xiaoyun everything. At the same time, the captain reported that the two had escaped. The boys said that it was an armed and clever gang. They had settled in the Bikushan villas and gathered almost all the survivors from the south. He remembered that in his past life, there was a settlement in the south of the city where Li Shuxiong and Kui Jing came from. Could it be them? Zhang Xiaoyun asked if this was the only settlement in the south of the city. He replied that it wasn't exactly. There used to be other smaller ones, but they had little chance against an armed gang and were captured. Another added that they were monsters. They had killed most of the people indiscriminately. They had taken only the beautiful women, children, and those who wanted to join them. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyong said that it was definitely them. Then Captain Li asked in surprise, who? The young man did not answer but pointed to the bodies of the bandits and said that the 3 of them had weapons. He advised searching them for spare ammunition or anything useful. He told the captain to take his rifle as well, adding that they would have 5 magazines. Impressed by the boy's generosity, Captain Lee asked if he was serious about giving everything away. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that the Bikushin gang would not be ignored. With these weapons, they could fight off a dozen men. He asked them to hold out for a few days. In the meantime, he would return home to prepare and deal with them. The young man asked in surprise if he was going to deal with them and pointed out that they didn't stand a chance. They couldn't defeat them. There were dozens of people in that gang, maybe even more. Captain Lee agreed and emphasized that it wasn't worth the risk. He added that it would be better for them to find another place. They would move a few kilometers away, and the gang wouldn't search the entire city. But Zhang Xiaoyun told them not to worry and said that he had a personal score to settle with them. He said that in a few days he would return with a large vehicle and take them all to the east. To the captain's surprise, the young man said that not far from the old tea plantation was his fortress, which needed people. Taking Zhang Shenjie's family with him, the young man said goodbye and told them to take care of themselves until his return. At the main estate of the Bikushan gang, they gathered to discuss current issues. The gang leader asked if they had yet sorted out the supplies from Jinyu's mansion. Li Shuxiang replied to Wen's question that people had already been sent there and would return soon. Another said that only rich people lived there. They could find various valuable items there. Maybe there would be something interesting. Therefore, it was better not to think only about supplies. He then asked Xiao Li if he agreed. The man replied that he and his brother Akai were on the same wavelength and said that he had asked them to bring back all the survivors. Wen turned to Xiao Li and asked if he understood that he had not yet completed any of his tasks. He replied that Brother Wen shouldn't worry and promised that he would do everything right. Leaving the house, he sighed heavily. Noticing that he was in a bad mood, the man asked Brother Li if he was okay. Li Shuxiang did not answer but only asked if the boys had returned. He replied that he had sent some men on reconnaissance an hour ago and had bad news. Hearing the report, he asked how they could have killed everyone, since there were only ordinary residents in Zhongshan's garden. How could they have died with only 3 weapons? He ordered Taozi to gather everyone who could hold a weapon. He shouted that this time he could not lose. Before dawn, Zhang Xiaoyun's car pulled up to the gates of his fortress. Shan Shan exclaimed that it was the sound of a car, meaning that Xiaoyun's brother had returned. Upon entering the territory, he received a notification from the system that the task of taking responsibility for Zhang Shenji's wife and son had been completed. For completing the task, he would receive 25 points. Coming out to meet him, Shanshan happily exclaimed that her brother Xiaoyun had returned. Looking at those who had come to meet him, the young man smiled and said that it turned out to be Li Yimin. They were very surprised to hear this from Xiaoyun. Shanshan said that it turned out he had known everything from the beginning. The boy asked Zhang Qi to take the woman and child to their room and said that they were all going to meet at the infirmary. When they met at the infirmary, Shenbo asked if he had known from the beginning that Li Yimin was up to something bad. Picking up his weapon from the floor, Zhang Xiaoyun replied that, to be honest, he wasn't sure. Then he corrected himself and said that he wasn't sure it was him, but he knew one thing for sure. Saying that there was a traitor among Zhang Qi's friends, he handed him the weapon he had picked up. Taking out the magazine with the bullets, Zhang Qi said in surprise that they were rubber bullets. Glancing at the door, Shenbo asked what was going on with the guy in the infirmary. Reminding him that his name was Chen Chong, the guy said that he had become a pretty rare mutant. He said that when he was left alone with him in the infirmary, he told him that if he understood him, he should blink 3 times. He blinked 3 times. Then, to make sure he could think, Zhang Xiaoyong asked him to blink to answer how much 2 multiplied by 3 would be. He answered again by blinking. The young man said that those infected with the alien virus had a slim chance of becoming rare mutants. They usually have a higher level of intelligence than ordinary zombies. Some can even retain fragments of their memories. Opening the door, Zhang Xiaoyun said that Chen Chong was lucky, rare among the rare. Noticing them, Chen Chong waved in greeting. He was still holding the traitor Li Yimin on the floor. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it was enough to hold him and gave permission to finally finish off the traitor. With Zhang Xiaoyun's permission, Chen Chong dragged the traitor out of the infirmary room into the corridor. Turning to Chen Chong's friend, Zhang Qi asked if he remembered him. Chen Chong stopped, looked back at the guy, and growled in response. Then he made a sharp lunge to grab the guy, but he jumped back and asked what the hell was going on. Noticing a slight smile on Chen Chong's face, the guy shouted that he remembered him. He had become a zombie but still couldn't control his hand. The system reported a hidden achievement, a mutant companion, for which he received 10 points. As a result, he now had 46 points. The guy decided to check the store. There was a life-saving box for 5 points. There was also a box of arm-resistant supplies for 5 points. The guy jumped on the bed when he saw a box of dark technology supplies labeled Level 2, but it cost a whopping 50 points. Saying that it was too expensive for now, Zhang Xiaoyun decided to buy the previous two so they wouldn't take up space in the system store. He spent 10 points on the life-saving and armed resistance boxes. The first one contained an alien infection blocker, but it couldn't block a process that had already been completed. The second one contained a special-purpose rifle with ammunition. The boy exclaimed joyfully that if that was what was in the first-level boxes, what would await him in the second and third levels? Maybe there would be tanks? And another blocker. Maybe it would be possible to cure a person who had not yet completely turned. The current task was to save those who survived in the Zhongshan Garden. For this, he would receive a reward of 25 points. He said he couldn't wait for the second-level box, so he had to complete the task tomorrow. Having dealt with the traitor Li Yimin, Chen Chong threw his body outside the fortress. The next morning, after gathering everyone in the courtyard, Zhang Xiaoyun announced that starting today, they would begin daily training. He said that everyone would have at least an hour of shooting practice every day. They began their training by shooting at cans and bottles that Zhang Xiaoyun had prepared for practice. The young man turned to Shen Bo and told him to ask Zhang Qi and the others to prepare several rooms. He then announced that he would bring a few more survivors that day. Shen Bo replied that he didn't need to worry about that. Then Zhang Xiaoyun called Chen Chong and told him that he would go with him. On the suburban highway, more than a dozen zombies were wandering around the bus. Together with Chen Chong, Zhang Xiaoyun killed everyone around the bus so they could use it. Only one zombie remained in the bus, in the driver's seat, because he was strapped in with a seatbelt. Chen Chong went to deal with it and then threw the zombie driver's body out of the bus. Zhang Xiaoyun gave Chen Chong the key and told him not to worry. He added that he could film when he was the only one around. The guy said that he had to put his clothes back on in Zhongshan's garden so as not to scare the others. Someone asked why they weren't there yet, but in a moment they appeared and reported to Boss Li that everything was ready. He said he couldn't believe that so many people were needed for Zhongxiang's garden. When everyone was loaded into the back of the car, Li Shuxiong threw his cigarette out the window and drove off abruptly. As they drove into the city, zombies constantly appeared on their way, wandering the streets. They simply ran them over with the bus at full speed so as not to waste time. The bus maneuvered at high speed between abandoned cars on the road. The car pulled up to the 8th building and slammed on the brakes near the entrance. Their group had just sat down to eat when they heard the sound of a car engine. Hearing the sound, the boy said that it must be Uncle Xiaoyun coming back for them. Captain Li told them to stay quiet while he went to check who it was. He quietly approached the window and leaned out a little to see what was happening in the courtyard. They were ordered to prepare their weapons. The bandits asked which buildings they were hiding in. He replied that they were in the 8th building behind them and then ordered them to go. Seeing the bandits, Captain Li said, "Damn it, it's not him. It's those bandits again." Sun said that those idiots never learn anything from life. Then, one of the guys suggested that they should take them out since they now had weapons. Captain Li replied that they shouldn't get involved. This time, there were more of them, and they were all armed. They had to stick to the ambush plan. He then said that he would go to the roof. Someone said it was a perfect distance. The bastards would be within range if they came any closer. Stopping in front of the building, the bandits aimed their firearms at it. Realizing that they were just going to shoot up the place, Sun told everyone to take cover. The bandits fired a volley of automatic gunfire at the windows of the building. Unable to jump away from the window in time, Sun tried to take cover from the shards of glass raining down from the broken windows. Li Shushun said to give him a megaphone in order to shoot the heads that appeared. He only had time to turn to those in the house when a shot rang out and one of the bandits was hit in the forehead. The bandit saw that he had fallen with his head shot and decided that there must be a sniper somewhere. Another man immediately screamed in pain and said that his leg had been shot. The captain heard the bandits shouting that they needed to hide. Someone noticed that the sniper must have a rifle or an automatic weapon. Li Shuxiong cursed and said that intelligence had reported only one pistol. With 3 dead, that would make 4. But where had they found an automatic weapon? One of the bandits asked Boss Li what to do. He replied that there was no option but to retreat. Hearing the boss's answer, the gangster didn't think twice, shouted, and ran out from behind the tree. Li Shuxiong shouted after him that he was a fool. They should have waited for the signal and run together. But the gangster ran only a short distance before falling loudly to the ground, riddled with bullets. Cursing, Li Shuxiong shouted for them to run at his signal and began counting 3, 2, 1. They all ran together at their boss's command to a car parked nearby. However, Li Shuxiong himself did not run out of his hiding place. He listened and counted the shots, while his subordinates fell from the bullets. The sounds of gunfire stopped, and he said that he must have run out of ammunition and ran out of his hiding place. Jumping into the car, he ordered the driver to start the engine. They had to get out of there quickly. The car took off, and one of the gangsters running behind shouted that they had forgotten him. At that moment, a bullet knocked the cap off his head and left a huge hole in his forehead. Another burst of gunfire rang out. Captain Li tried to shoot several more gangsters in the back of the car. The car with the gangsters jumped out right in front of Zhang Xiaoyun's bus. He wondered who it could be, but in the end he decided that the mission and the points were more important. When they reached the address, they all got off the bus. Zhang Xiaoyun said that the automatic rifle had come in handy, so that car could have belonged to the fugitive gangsters. Looking at the still warm bodies, Chen Chong's mouth watered, and he began to growl as if trying to say something. Zhang Xiaoyun asked Chen Chong if he was hungry, and he growled in response. Then the guy said he could eat, and added that it was better not to leave the food for the other zombies. Looking at the boy lying in a pool of blood, Chen Chong's mouth watered. Leaving him with his lunch, Zhang Xiaoyong told him to find him near the 8th house when he was done. Chen Chong growled contentedly, tearing off pieces of flesh and throwing them back with relish. Walking toward the building, he passed several bodies and said that these bandits didn't care about their victims at all. Hearing the voice, the boy peeked out the window and shouted that this time it was Uncle Xiaoyong. Hearing that it was him, they all rushed to the window and started waving at Xiaoyun. They went out to meet him, and Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that they had managed to fight off the bandits. Captain Li replied that of course they had, and that it was all thanks to his rifle. He also mentioned that he used to be an infantry sniper. Suddenly, there was a frenzied, growling sound. The people asked in fear what the noise was. They saw a zombie running towards them. Captain Li grabbed his rifle and shouted for everyone to take cover. Lowering his weapon, Zhang Xiaoyun told them to calm down because it was with him. Looking at the zombie that had stopped abruptly, Captain Li asked what he meant by "with him." Pointing to the fresh corpses, Zhang Xiaoyun said that there were still people there and that he could eat. The zombie growled in response and headed toward the bodies. Captain Li asked what was going on and if the boy could talk to them. The boy replied that this was a special case and everything was very confusing. He told them to get on the bus and said he would explain everything on the way. Zhang Xiaoyun told Chen Chong to hurry up and then get on the bus. He signaled that he understood. After finishing his snack, Chen Chong put his muzzle back on as Zhang Xiaoyun had asked him to do earlier. Chen Chong approached the bus, where everyone was waiting to leave. The boy shouted anxiously, asking why the hell he had put the muzzle on himself. Zhang Xiaoyun told him not to talk about the muzzle in front of him, or he would hit him. The boy shouted that it was cool. Then Xiaoyun said that he could talk about it. The bus swayed and dipped slightly when Chen Chong put one foot inside. Captain Li asked in surprise if the bus had tilted and sunk, or if it was just his imagination. Giving the key to Xiao Yun, Chen Chong repeated the word key several times, but it sounded like Kiyuch. The guy asked Chen Chong if he could speak. Chen Chong repeated the word Kiyuch again. He thought that Chen Chong had begun to evolve after eating 6 bodies. They needed to return quickly and earn points to remain the strongest in the fortress. After telling everyone to hold on tight, the boy announced that they were going back. He added to himself that it was now hard to believe that Chen Chong was a zombie. The man asked what he had told them. That idiot couldn't complete a single task. He replied that it wasn't his fault. Those people had automatic weapons, and they didn't expect that. Win said that was nonsense and asked where a simple cop got a rifle. Did he think he was stupid? Li Shuxiang shouted that it was true and that he could send someone to check. Without listening to his excuses, he simply kicked Li Shuxiang, who immediately fell down. When Li Shuxiang left, the man said that he had been annoyed by him for a long time. Running his finger across his throat to show his intent, he said that since he had only brought them expenses, he could finish him off. Then the man said that he could just say that he wanted to take his woman away. He smiled and told Boss Shu not to talk nonsense. He emphasized that they could share her as a common property. Win told him not to rush. First, he would choose the right moment. Returning to his home, Li Shuxiang began to curse and throw things around. Kui Jing approached him and asked her beloved to calm down. Then she asked what had happened. He replied that she should quickly pack her things because they were leaving. When she asked where they were going, Li Shuxiang replied that this place was no longer safe and they needed to think ahead. He called Qingzi, who immediately appeared and asked if he needed anything. Li Shuxiang ordered him to gather the people because they would be leaving at midnight. They met the bus carrying Zhang Xiaoyun in the courtyard near the gate. Running out of the bus, the boy exclaimed with excitement that it was a real fortress at the end of the world. The system reported that the task had been completed and that he had saved 8 out of 5. Therefore, he would receive 25 points for completing the task and an additional 5 as a bonus for the extra people saved. Getting off the bus, he told Chen Chong that he would go with him to the southern district. Hearing the boy's words, Captain Li asked why he was going to that district. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that there was one unresolved conflict and he needed to visit the people from Bilu Bishan. There was only 1 box of level 2 dark technology left in the system store for 50 points. Picking it up in the store, the young man noticed that it was the first second-level box. After spending 50 points on this box, the young man said he hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. The system reported that the dark technology box had been opened. The boy received a physical enhancement potion for a plus 20. The guy noted that the second-level box was impressive and that such an enhancement would not hurt. He immediately took advantage of his newfound ability and administered the physical enhancement potion to himself. Now his strength was 33 points. That's 6 times more than normal people. Zhang Xiaoyun was trying to get used to his new state when a mosquito flew past him. Instantly catching the mosquito in mid-flight, the boy noticed that he could see its smallest particles. The next day, they met in the courtyard during shooting practice. Noticing that the boy was heading straight for the bus, Captain Li asked if he was going to the city. The boy replied that he was. Then he asked if there was anything he needed. Captain Li asked if there were any instructions. Xiaoyong replied that he had the best shooting skills among them, so he could teach them. Smiling, Captain Li said that he knew what he was doing, so there was no need to worry. Calling Chen Chong and Zhang Xiaoyun to come with him, Captain Li said that they were leaving and headed for the bus. Li Shuxiang asked where Qingzi was. One of the guys told the boss to relax. Qingzi would wait for them at the location. The bright lights of the car blocking their way suddenly blinded them. Several more men emerged from the shadows and stood next to the car that had blinded them. Li Shuxiang's escape route was blocked by the gang leader Zhang and Akai. Rubbing his eyes to adjust to the light, Li Shuxun's subordinate asked what was going on. Pulling out his gun, Dongxiu asked why the boys had gathered in the middle of the night. To get out of the situation, Li Shuxun replied that they had decided to take advantage of the darkness to deal with the people from Zhongshan's garden. Dongxiu thoughtfully grunted and asked if he was sure he wanted to deal with the Zhongshan garden. At his signal, Li Shuxiong's men threw the battered body of Qingzi at his feet. Recognizing the boy, one of Li Shuxiong's subordinates cried out that it was Qingzi. At that moment, he received a hard slap from Li Shuxiong, who shouted to him to open his eyes. What Qingzi? Li Shuxiong turned to his boss, Shuya, and asked who he was. He then emphasized that he had never seen this young man before. But despite his explanation, his boss ordered his men to start. Clutching his head, Li Shuxiong listened to the sounds of gunshots that echoed like thunder in the quiet night. Opening his eyes, he saw that all the men who served him were lying on the ground. Li Shuxiong turned to boss Shu again and said that he really didn't know anything and asked what he was doing. But Shu just smiled and remarked that he was so stubborn. Then he told him to take a closer look at who was sitting in the car. The headlights of the car went out, and he gritted his teeth when he saw who was sitting in the car. Kui Jing was sitting next to Akai. She wasn't just sitting there, she was even snuggling up to him. Akai shouted that he didn't need to make excuses because she had told him about his betrayal. Li Shuxiong shouted that Kui Jing was a damn slut and asked how she could abandon him like that. When Akai asked Boss Zhang what they were going to do with this traitor, he pointed to the entrance gate and ordered them to hang him there. The guys immediately carried out his order. They took a bus to the southern part of the city and left it a little further away so as not to attract attention. The streets were clear of zombies, and they quickly ran to the area with the Bikushan villas. A zombie was hanging at the entrance, waving his arms and legs and growling, trying to break free. Realizing that it was Li Shuxiong, Zhang Xiaoyun called him a pathetic dog and said that he deserved it. The guy added that he was sorry he hadn't dealt with him himself. The guy cut the rope, and the zombie fell to the ground with a crash. Zhang Xiaoyun said he would help him avenge this worthless end. Kui Jing moaned that she had helped them. Why were they treating her like this? She begged them to let her go. The gang leader Zhang joined her in bed and asked if she didn't like the reward. Then he added that now it was his turn to reward her. As he was getting dressed, Kai thought he heard strange noises coming from the street. He decided to look out the window to see what was going on and what was preventing him from having fun. But what he saw surprised and frightened him at the same time. All his men were lying on the ground in pools of blood. First, there was a knock at the door, which quickly turned into loud banging. Akai asked what was going on. Their attention was fixed on the door, and they didn't notice him jumping through the window. A sharp knife blade slit Akai's throat, and he collapsed to the floor. The young man jumped into the room. The leader immediately shouted that he was a bastard and asked who he was. Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaoyun, Kui Jing exclaimed his name in surprise. The guy just threw the knife in response to the gang leader's question, and it hit him in the neck. Zhang groaned and rolled off the bed onto the floor. His blood flowed down her body and she screamed in fear. Turning to Zhang Xiaoyun, Cui Jing asked him where he had come from and what he wanted. In response to her question, the guy smiled mockingly and asked if they were having fun here. Grabbing the doorknob, the guy said he wanted to see how the idiot Li Shuxiong would react to her in this state. He opened the door, and the zombie Li Shuxiong burst into the room with a loud growl. He immediately rushed at her, and she screamed that she had made a big mistake and begged Xiaoyun to save her. But the guy just left the room and locked the door behind him. He noted that everyone got what they deserved. Pointing to the bodies of the bandits they had killed on the way here, Jiang Xiaoyun told Chen Chong that he could eat them. Approaching one of the bodies, Chen Chong slowly said that he could eat at least one. The guy knew that the gang was holding many hostages, so he listened carefully to the sounds with his enhanced hearing. Several people were sitting in a room, shaking with fear and cold. The cook was already heading toward the room with the unfortunate people, carrying a large cleaver. The bandit pulled the girl and said that she had thin skin and must be tender young meat. The cook glanced at her and said that she was too skinny and not suitable. Looking at the people in the crowd, he noticed a chubby boy and said he would take him. The boy's mother begged the cook to let her child go, but he ignored her and dragged the boy away. She grabbed the cook's arm, begging him to leave her son, and he hit her with all his might. In tears, the woman begged the other captives to help her save her son, but they all lowered their heads. Hearing the sound of gunshots, everyone froze and looked in the direction of the sound. The cook said it sounded like a shotgun and asked if anyone else had one left. They replied that there was only one left, and it belonged to the boss. The frightened boy immediately rushed into the arms of his crying mother, and she asked if her little Zai Zai was okay. The door slowly opened, and everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and the cook ordered the gangster to go and check everything quickly. The gangster cautiously and quietly approached the door and then gently pushed it open. A hand suddenly appeared in the open door and grabbed the gangster by the neck. He managed to scream in fear and was quickly pulled through the open door. The cook shouted that a zombie had pulled him out and ordered the gangsters to shoot in that direction immediately. Obeying his command, the bandits began shooting at the door where their accomplice had disappeared. Then the cook pointed to the window and said that he was there and they should shoot there. At full speed, Chen Chong jumped through the window, breaking the boards that had been nailed to it with his body. In one leap, Chen Chong reached the cook and broke his neck. Landing behind the bandits, he immediately rushed to attack them. None of them had time to even fire a shot. When Chen Chong stopped, all the villains who had been hurting people were lying on the floor. One of the hostages asked if he would attack them. A young man entered the room and told Chen Chong that he was a hero. Then he asked if the mask was hindering his movement. Chen Chong slowly replied to Zhang Xiaoyun that it made him look cooler. The frightened people whispered in surprise, wondering if this zombie could really talk. Zhang Xiaoyun began to calm the frightened people and told them not to be afraid. This zombie would not attack them. A little girl clinging to her mother through her tears said that it was a super monster and that it could kill them in a second. He was intrigued by the girl's description, and Zhang Xiaoyun asked her if she had ever seen one before. Her mother replied that they had. When the boy asked where, she replied that it was at the jewelry market in the east. The boy said that it happened so quickly and he thought it would take a month or even two, and it was not far from the old tea town. Hearing what they were talking about and Zhang Xiaoyun's comment, Chen Chong asked what he was talking about. The young man said that it was about another rare mutant. He said that their level of rationality and hunting efficiency differed from that of ordinary zombies. But mutations are often unstable, so they become strange and dangerous. Chen Chong said that he could do it too. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he shouldn't worry because he was lucky and he wouldn't let him lose his mind. Zhang Xiaoyun asked the people if that was everyone who had survived from the villas. They replied that many people were trapped in the sales office and that there might still be survivors in the basement. They decided to go down to the basement first. Zhang Xiaoyun led the way with Chen Chong. When they opened the basement door, even Chen Chong was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the pile of remains and human limbs scattered around the basement, the young man said that they had been catching and killing the survivors every day. He noted that this was probably why there were no other camps left in the southern part of the city. The boy asked how they could have killed so many people. He asked if they were going to eat them. The man said that the bandits regularly took meat from here, and they didn't know how many there were. Zhang Xiaoyun thought he could imagine the approximate number, but they couldn't have eaten that many. Maybe they fed them to the zombies. He asked him to tell him about the sales office. He was shocked to hear that people were first taken there and then brought here to be slaughtered. The sales office was located about a kilometer away, near the south gate. The system announced the start of a series of tasks called Beggar's Utopia. The task was to increase the number of people in his community as much as possible. 2 bandits were standing guard near the sales office. One asked if he had heard gunshots near the north gate. The other replied that he had heard them, but that they were using people as targets. Chen Chong landed behind them and immediately dealt with the guards. In the room, there were several young women locked up, whom the bandits were using for their pleasure. Hearing the noise and footsteps, a woman told them to give them anything they wanted, but not to let them in. Someone stopped right in front of their door and grabbed the door handle. The frightened woman prayed that no one would come in. She repeated this over and over again. Stopping at the door, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the women and told them to leave. They looked at the young man with a look that said they were not expecting anything good. The young man led them to the exit, and the girls saw that all the gangsters were lying on the floor. Then one of the girls asked hopefully if he would take them to a safe place. The guy said yes. Then the guy said there was one condition. They would have to work there. When everyone said they were ready to work, Zhang Xiaoyun said that there was no time to waste and that it was time to leave. All those who had been rescued got on the bus, and they quickly drove off in the direction of the young man's fortress. The young man stopped the bus at the gates of his fortress, and everyone began to get off the bus. Shan Shan happily exclaimed that Xiao Yun was finally back and said she would go open the gate for him. Jiang Qi told her to wait because he wasn't trying to drive in, so he was up to something. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it was their fortress, but he couldn't let them in. The man said he understood, and that the world was dangerous right now. The woman asked where they would live now. The boy replied that there were temporary houses behind a fence near the fortress. It wasn't as safe as the fortress, but it was safer than other places. He said that there were many unfinished buildings and vacant lots. Over time, they would rebuild everything and life would become easier. Bowing their heads gratefully, they thanked their savior. A car stopped in front of the gates of the Bishukan gang's villas and honked. Immediately behind it, a truck pulled up and stopped. The woman clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction and asked why no one was answering. Where was that idiot Zhang Qingwen? Something was wrong here. Deciding to check where he had gone, she immediately headed for his house. Opening the door, she saw that her former accomplices had turned into zombies. Smelling the scent of fresh human flesh, Li Shuxiong reacted instantly and growled. They immediately rushed to attack the woman and her partner standing at the entrance to the room. The woman grabbed Li Shuxiong and slammed his head against the wall with all her might. She dealt with her former companions with a few swings of her knife. Then she picked up someone's t-shirt from the floor and began to wipe her bloody knife. The man asked where they would get meat now that it was all over. She replied that they had no choice and would have to go looking for it themselves. But first they had to deal with those who were getting in their way. Rui scanned the street while her partner searched the houses for survivors. Leaving the last house, the man told her that there was no one left alive. Then she asked about the meat. He replied that it was still there. Rui ordered them to bring a truck and start loading. While the meat was being loaded, Rui wondered how this could have happened and what she should do next. Suddenly, she noticed tire tracks on the road and looked closely at them. The man asked if she had found anything. Smiling, she said she would like to see the guy who managed to pull this off. Zhang Xiaoyun read that his current goal was to maximize the community. The current count was 2. He asked how to increase it and added that the number was probably the most important indicator. Laughing, the guy said that the land here was not bad, thanks to that miser. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyun remembered that he had completely forgotten about the rare mutant. Together with Shan Shan and Zhang Qi, he headed to the camp of the people he had rescued. The people he had saved greeted him joyfully. They gratefully called the young man their savior. The mother of a boy who had survived only thanks to the boy's appearance fell to her knees before him and began to thank him for saving her son and giving him shelter. The boy thanked her and said that she didn't need to thank him for that. He turned to the woman who had told him about the super monster and asked her to tell him where she had met him. She said she saw him in the Huaran store at the jewelry market. Their group went there for supplies but ran into him. Several people had died and the rest had scattered in the chaos. She and her daughter had run into a group of villagers and thought they were saved, but they turned out to be a group of monsters. Shan Shan turned to Xiao Yun and pointed out that they had enough supplies and there was no point in provoking the monster. Zhang Qi said that they couldn't just sit there and use up all their supplies. It was better to take more while they still could. Zhang Xiaoyun said that Huaran was only 2 kilometers away. That monster would be a threat to their safety. Hearing what the boy said and realizing what he was planning, the woman dropped the bowl of clothes from her hand. The woman rushed to him and begged their savior not to go there because that monster was destroying everyone indiscriminately. The boy told her not to worry because they knew what they were doing. The boy asked Zhang Qi to call Chen Chong and tell him that they would meet that guy. A small group of people approached one of the city's shopping centers. The man emphasized that he had told them there was supposed to be a large supermarket here. Another replied that he was rejoicing too soon because they could have been cleaned out long ago. A woman said there was no need for pessimism. After all, they had been to many stores where there was still a lot of food left. In her support, The man asked if he thought there were so many people around who would have the courage to wander around the city during the apocalypse. Entering the store, they stopped near the entrance and cautiously surveyed the dark room. The shelves were mostly empty, but there was still something between the rows. Someone noticed that a lot had been taken, but not very thoroughly. To find out if anyone was there, she knocked on a metal frying pan to make some noise. Preparing for possible surprises, the woman asked if anyone was there. At the sound, zombies that had been wandering the aisles of the supermarket began to run toward them. They quickly dealt with several zombies that attacked them. When it was over, one of the men said that it was easier than expected, and that today was a wonderful day after all. The man noted that there weren't many zombies here. It seemed that most of them had taken those who were here before them with them. He added that they shouldn't relax and that they needed to go deeper to find something. They didn't notice the zombie watching them from the emergency exit corridor. Waiting for the zombies, he said that here was some fresh prey. Someone shouted that it was a jackpot when they found several shelves with food. The man gave the order to quickly gather everything and added that it could last for several years. A woman happily exclaimed that it was a bed and immediately threw herself onto it. Having already forgotten what a soft bed was like, she said that she didn't care about anything anymore and wanted to stay there. In their excitement, someone suggested settling down there, and the rest agreed that it was a great idea. One man said he needed a smoke, and another said he would go with him. He asked him what he thought about staying here for a while. He replied that it was a large shopping center. There were many entrances and exits, so it would be difficult to defend. Moreover, such a large amount of supplies would attract the attention of others. The man said that there was a two-story building nearby when sharp claws pierced him through. Lifting the man up, the zombie laughed and said that his flesh was tender and must be very tasty. The man tried to run away and shouted for help. Hearing his cries, they immediately became alarmed but did not understand what he meant. He did not manage to escape, and after a few dozen meters, sharp claws pierced his body. He was still alive when the zombie simply tore the man in two. Hearing the blood-curdling scream, she asked what was going on and added that they needed to get out of there quickly. Wild laughter filled the supermarket, and the zombie rushed after them, saying that he would not let anyone go. The zombie caught people one by one. Only two were left, and feeling its breath behind him, the man screamed that he didn't want to end up like this. These words were his last. The zombie's long claws reached his chest. She forced herself to run faster because there were only a few steps left to the exit. But just before the door, the woman stumbled and fell, unable to get up. Covering herself with her hands, the terrified woman screamed that she didn't want to die. The woman trembled as she looked at the strange zombie that appeared in her path and stood right in front of her. She was very surprised when she noticed that it simply walked past her and did not attack. Two guys immediately followed the strange zombie. He told her not to be afraid. Recognizing Zhang Xiaoyun, she said that he was the guy she sold the land to. Zhang Xiaoyun remembered that she was the real estate agent who had treated him so nicely back then. He said that her name was Ning Wanwan. She immediately screamed that there was a monster in the shopping center and that they needed to get out of there quickly. The guy said that everything would be fine and that they would deal with the monster. Chen Chong managed to dodge the mutant's blow, and the mutant laughed and asked if he wanted to take everything for himself. Zhang Xiaoyun asked Chen Chong if he could handle it alone. He replied that he would try. Preparing for battle, the mutant said that this was the first time he had seen someone like him and that it was so much fun. Immediately after these words, he jumped forward, aiming to attack Chen Chong. Chen Chong managed to avoid a direct blow from above. Thanks to his quick reaction, he managed to dodge. Laughing, the mutant said that he was curious to see how his evolution would accelerate if he ate him. Completely unexpected such a quick reaction, the monster missed Chen Chong's blow. Lifting his head, which had broken through the floor, the mutant laughed again and remarked that Chen Chong was strong. At that moment, Chen Chong swung his leg to deliver another blow, but the mutant noticed it. Chen Chong kicked so hard that the floor began to shatter into pieces. When he realized that Chen Chong was no longer there, he looked up and saw that he was already clinging to the ceiling. Gargling, The mutant said that he could finally use the strength he had accumulated. With a disgusting laugh, he jumped from the ceiling straight at Chen Chong, but Chen Chong jumped back again. He had no choice but to defend himself and dodge, because the monster was clearly stronger than him. Zhang Qi shouted that he was losing, asked why the monster was so strong. Xiao Yun replied that they had not come for nothing. He would become invincible if they waited a little longer. The boy decided to use the machine gun, and it began to appear in his hand. The woman cried out, asking where the hell the machine gun had come from. Taking aim, Zhang Xiaoyun told Chong that he would stop teasing him if he held the monster for a few seconds. Cheng Chong immediately tried to comply with the boy's request and grabbed the mutant by the arms. The monster called Cheng Chong a freak and ordered him to let go. Zhang Xiaoyun hit the mutant right in the head with his first shot, and he staggered. Taking a few steps back, the mutant leaned back and began to fall. Suddenly, he straightened up and said that the bastard had wounded him and that it hurt. Then he laughed and threatened to tear him to pieces. Then Jian Xiaoyun began to shoot the mutant non-stop with his automatic rifle. Even after receiving several bullets that tore his body to pieces, the mutant continued to laugh. Finally, he fell, but he was still making some kind of incomprehensible sound, either laughter or a roar. Zhang Qi asked if he was finally dead. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if Brother Chong wanted to eat the monster, adding that it might make him stronger. The system reported that there was progress in the beggar's utopia quest. A dangerous creature had been eliminated. For this, he expanded the community by 1 and received 10 bonus points. The boy said that they shouldn't leave empty-handed and suggested cleaning out the supermarket. He placed the leftover food in a spatial ring. Zhang Qi asked what kind of strange magic this was. Looking at the bodies, he said that they would turn into zombies if they left them like that. Then he asked if Chen Chong was still hungry. She ordered him to stop, and the car slammed on the brakes on the road near the Xiaoyun fortress. The man surveyed the area through binoculars, and she asked him what he thought. He looked around the area carefully and noticed Shan Shan standing guard on the observation tower. There was also a camp set up next to the fortress with people walking around. He replied that there were a large number of people there and that they were poorly armed. Their only advantage was the sturdy building. The driver asked how they managed to get rid of Zhang Jingwen and Ling Guangkai. She asked if it wasn't obvious and suggested that it was a cautious tactic. They must have brought a horde of zombies there. She had been saying for a long time that the villa was a bad place for a base. Laughing, she said that it seemed like God had noticed their suffering and sent them prey and a new home. The driver agreed and even said he felt a little sorry for them. He asked what their plan was and if they were going to attack now. She replied that they weren't. They would return and gather more people and weapons before attacking. The car spun around, kicking up dust, and sped down the road. At that moment, Jing Xiaoyun was returning from his mission and speeding down the highway. Zhang Qi told the woman that their base had not only mattresses for resting, but also hot water for showers. The young man noticed the car also speeding down the opposite lane. He reported that someone was approaching and ordered Zhang Qi to prepare his weapon. Zhang Qi took out his automatic rifle and prepared to fire on command. A few seconds later, their cars crossed paths on the road, passing each other. Zhang Xiaoyun quickly glanced at those sitting in the oncoming car. She also glanced at the person who was driving so boldly along the road leading out of the city. The system immediately reported a new task called Hunter of Bad Guys. He had to repel the attack. As a reward for completing the task, he would receive 50 points. The young man thought that repelling the attack probably meant those people he had just passed. The rest of the way, the boy rode in thought about the upcoming attack and his plan to repel it. As soon as they returned, he immediately climbed the observation tower and asked Shan Shan if she had seen any strangers there. She replied that a car had driven by in the distance but had not approached. Shan Shan said she thought it was him returning and asked if something had happened. He asked her to tell Shin Bo and Lao Li to gather everyone and inform them that he had an important announcement to make. When they caught the signal, they stopped to listen to the message again. The message said that they were waiting for the survivors at the gathering place at the coal plant in the southern suburbs. Looking around the coal factory, the man said it must be somewhere here. The man shouted that there was a car and that there must be other survivors inside. Getting out of the car, Rui asked if they had heard the recording and decided to join them. They confirmed that they had. The men immediately noticed her luxurious figure and revealing clothes. She told them that they were just in time and told them to follow her. The man said that they were very grateful to her. Rui pointed out that they wouldn't all fit in the car. Besides, the base was nearby, so they would walk. They looked at each other and replied that it was no problem. They were led to a large room in a coal factory, and the men followed Rui without suspicion. One of the men remarked that there was so much space here. It was just awesome. Finally, they had found a hiding place. Then he said he needed to use the restroom and would be right back. She replied that there was a bathroom inside and added that she would show him where it was. He agreed to let her show him. Rui entered the restroom with the man. While doing his business, he noticed that she was watching him. The woman was indeed watching him pee in the urinal without any shame. He turned to her and said that he understood what she wanted, so she didn't need to be shy. He had enough strength for that. Approaching the man, she suddenly stabbed him in the throat without even blinking. She said it was a shame. She had been expecting a good catch, but it turned out to be mediocre. When Rui came out, he reported that everything was ready. She replied that it was good and ordered him to drag the bodies into the toilet as well. Then she asked him to call the second and third. After gathering everyone in the hall, Zhang Xiaoyun announced that an attack was being planned against them. Captain Li asked who was targeting them. The young man replied that they knew nothing about the enemy and added that they could attack at any moment. The young man turned to Zhang Qi and Chen Chong and said that they would go with him to dismantle the unfinished house in the southeastern part of the city. Those who survived would hide there temporarily. Where they were now, they would be cannon fodder. Everyone immediately began to say that they also wanted to help and asked the boys to take them with them. Even little Xiao Shuai shouted that he would also go to help. His mother replied that a child was the last thing they needed there. Then the recently rescued Ning Wanwan said that she could also help in some way. Zhang Xiaoyun said that it shouldn't be that dangerous. Shenbo and Lao Li would stay behind to guard the fortress. The rest could go with them. Soon, they all set off for the southeast to dismantle the unfinished building. It turned out that former construction workers who had turned into zombies were wandering around there. Together, they mercilessly destroyed the hungry zombies that ran straight at them. When it was over, the boy asked if everyone was safe and unharmed. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they would be attacked in the coming days, so they would wait it out there. People began to say that they could fight and were ready to help him. After thinking for a few minutes, Zhang Xiaoyun thoughtfully grunted and replied that it was fine. He said that first they should tidy up the place, and he would give them guns and ammunition. During the attack, they would keep in touch by radio, and he ordered them to listen carefully to his command. She watched as his subordinates unloaded the cars with weapons and meat. Rui looked back when she heard him ask how things were going with the boss right behind her. The woman replied that everything was fine, but someone had ransacked Bikushan's villa, so they would have to find food on their own. The big guy immediately started yelling that he was angry because there was no food or meat. The man asked who had done it. She replied that it was a group from the eastern suburbs and said that tomorrow morning she would take the second and the team and destroy everyone there. Late in the evening, Zhang Xiaoyun saw that he already had 46 points and said that he needed to check the new boxes. Boxes of supplies appeared again in the system store, but 2 of them were already second level. These were the Awakening of Power box and the Apocalypse Cultivator box. The guy said that these 2 boxes cost 40 points together, so he could take a look at what was good in them. The first box contained a first-level physical overload. Its property was to increase personal characteristics by 25%. However, a weakened state would follow after the effect ended. He was delighted when he calculated that he now had 33 points, and if he used this effect again, he would get 40. Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed that this was 8 times more than a normal person, and he couldn't wait to try out his new ability. As Rui had planned, they gathered a team of guys and went to destroy the settlement of survivors. The man asked Rui what their plan was. She told him to tell everyone that they would first destroy all the survivors outside the camp. Then the second would start breaking through the gates. They would hide behind modified cars and fire at the survivors. The second said it was an excellent plan. He was hungry. He wanted to destroy and eat. Outside the fortress walls, preparations were also underway to defend against an invasion. Captain Lee said that the place was hidden, but the view was much worse than from the tower. There were many blind spots near the wall. The guy told him not to worry because he wouldn't need the view. Hearing this, Captain Lee asked why he was here then. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he hadn't been a sniper for several years. He replied that he had only been a sniper for a few months, and then the position had been temporarily closed. The guy asked if he could hit a target from a distance of 200 or 300 meters. Captain Lee told him not to underestimate him, and boasted that he could hit a target even at 500 meters in no wind. Smiling, the young man said that was enough. Zhang Qi called him and said he had brought what he had asked for. Zhang Qi said that it was very heavy and asked what was inside. Zhang Xiaoyun began to open the box. As soon as he opened it, Captain Lee exclaimed that it was a real Barrett. He excitedly asked the boy where he had found such a treasure. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they only had 2 magazines and 10 rounds of ammunition, so they had to conserve it. Taking the sniper rifle in his hands, Captain Lee replied that he understood. The boy asked Zhang Qi if everyone else was ready. He replied that everyone was ready. Then Xiaoyong told him to tell everyone to be on standby. The enemy could appear at any moment. Shan Shan was on watch in the observation tower. She reported over the radio that she saw something strange. Captain Lee reported that he could see it too. It was an enemy attack. Everyone had to get ready. Lowering his binoculars, the man said that it was strange. There was no one left outside. Maybe they had already been sent to their deaths? Then the driver asked if they should stop and watch. Rui objected, noting that they were too close. It would be more difficult to attack next time if they were spotted. They were almost there, and the man radioed for them to hide behind the wall. When they were close enough, Shan Shan reported that they were within firing range and gave the signal to shoot. Everyone started shooting at the cars approaching their hiding place. This heavy rain of bullets came as a big surprise to Rui's gang. One of the drivers was fatally wounded, and the uncontrolled car began to skid along the road. They managed to make several maneuvers and avoided a collision with the car, which overturned on the road. The radio reported that they had been spotted. Rai squealed with rage that this was impossible. When asked what to do next, she ordered everyone to keep driving and hide behind the walls. The cars quickly passed the place where they could be hit by bullets and stopped in a blind spot under a wall. Jumping out of the car with a huge saw, the second man shouted that he wanted to destroy them. The second man started the saw. He began to cut the gate persistently, repeating that he had come to destroy them. Shan Shan shouted that they were breaking the gate. Then she ordered to shoot to prevent them from breaking through. But Rai also ordered to return fire to cover the second man. Xiao Kai was caught in the crossfire and an enemy bullet hit his shoulder. Zhang Qi said that the attackers had many automatic weapons. Their weapons were no worse than theirs. Song shouted for them not to be afraid and to hold their positions. They had enough ammunition. Shenbo noticed that the bandits were breaking through the main gate. The man added that they would have problems. Zhang Xiaoyun said over the radio that everyone should remain calm because everything was going according to plan. The young man quietly opened the spare side door and looked around to make sure no one had noticed him. Realizing that everyone's attention was focused on the main gate, the guy ran to the planned location. The man reported that they only had half of their ammunition left. She asked the second if he was done yet. The second man shouted back that he was almost done. There was very little left. Shan Shan shouted that the gate was open and ordered them to keep firing to prevent anyone from entering. Satisfied, Rai said that now they would see how the newbies would cope with the nightmare of evolution. She ordered everyone to follow her. They would hide behind the second and capture the perimeter when they entered. The second began to break down the cut gate with his bare hands, and it creaked. Zhang Xiaoyang radioed Li Hongli and told him to shoot on his command. He reported that Captain Li's first target would be the giant guy. Taking aim, Captain Li replied that his first target was in his sights. Breaking down the gate, the second man entered the fortress with a blood-curdling scream. Seeing his incredible size and hearing the beast roar, the man asked if he was even human. They started shooting at him with weapons of various calibers, but he kept going. In a matter of seconds, the bullets fell out of his body, and the wounds closed as if they had never been there. Impressed by what he saw, old Shinbo shouted that the monster was regenerating. Hiding behind his back, Rui laughed and remarked that they had probably never seen an evolutionist before and were shocked. The radio reported that the guy was healing and that weak weapons would be useless. Saying that he would try anyway, Captain Lee fired his Barrett from his position. With a single shot from the Barrett, Captain Lee completely blew the giant's head off his shoulders. The giant's body swayed and fell to the ground, causing it to tremble. The bandits immediately began to ask what was going on and what had happened. Stunned by the loss of the second, Rui asked where they could have gotten such a caliber. Armed with an automatic rifle, Zhang Xiaoyun headed for the main gate to get to the enemy from behind. Entering the gate, the young man immediately shot one of the bandits. Chaos ensued, and they realized they were surrounded. Rui shouted that, damn it, they had miscalculated and underestimated their strength. Turning sharply back to the gate, she started shooting and ordered everyone to retreat to the cars. Recognizing the boy, she shouted that it was the same boy they had missed on the road. To cover her back from the bullets, she grabbed her driver and used him as a shield. Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that she was reacting too quickly. Could she also be an evolutionist? She threw the guy right at Zhang Xiaoyun to prevent him from shooting. However, with his quick reflexes, the guy dodged the falling body without taking his eyes off her. The guy shouted that she was trying to escape. She was only a few steps away from the car. Watching her, Captain Lee repeated that she was indeed trying to escape. Taking aim at her, Li Hongli said that she had forgotten to ask permission from his rifle. The bullet tore off her leg in an instant and she fell to the ground right in front of the car. Reloading, Captain Lee cursed and said disappointedly that he had missed. Grabbing Rui by the arm, her loyal assistant quickly pulled her into the car. The car jerked forward, kicking up dust, and sped down the highway, maneuvering between bullets at high speed. The radio asked what to do if they returned to take revenge. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that it was not a problem and that he knew where they were going. The system announced that the first part of the task had been completed and that he would receive 50 points. He would also receive 20 points for increasing his rating in the community. The second part of the task was to destroy the cannibals' base. All the members of the group rejoiced at their victory over the attackers and congratulated each other. Zhang Xiaoyun asked about their losses. He was told that there were only a few wounded. He then ordered them to be sent to the infirmary. They needed to be disinfected quickly. The bodies could be taken to the refrigerator and left with Chen Chong. He asked someone to take the survivors out of the abandoned building while it was still safe. Looking at the system store, Zhang Xiaoyun exclaimed that there were 76 points for one wave. Today, he would go wild. The gang's car finally reached their base. Their accomplices were already waiting for them. They pulled the wounded Rui out of the car, supporting her under her arms, and took her to the hangar. Seeing that she had arrived without one leg, the bandit asked what the hell had happened. Rui cursed and said that they had been too careless. She didn't think they would have heavy weapons. Enraged, Rui asked what they were staring at and ordered them to bring the human meat immediately. She called them useless idiots and ordered them to move faster. Rui emphasized that they weren't worth a finger of Second's hand. He called her a dirty bitch and remarked that even in her condition, she couldn't hold her tongue. Hearing this, she indignantly asked if he was going to obey. Then she ordered that he be seized, but no one even moved. She looked back at her assistants, but they stood rooted to the spot with their heads down. He pointed out that she was wounded and that the second was no longer there, so now he was the strongest among them. He added that the boys had already suffered enough from her. Then he asked them if he was right. Rui shouted for them to go away. No one listened, and she asked if they had decided to rebel against her. Rui screeched that they shouldn't even think she couldn't handle them. Everyone came closer and surrounded her. She screamed for them to wait. Laughing, he swung a metal pipe at her and she fell to the ground. All the bandits began to beat Rui, putting all their resentment and humiliation into their blows. He looked with satisfaction at Rui's battered body and carefully wiped her blood from his fingers. A man approached from behind and called out to the third. Hearing this, he turned around sharply and angrily asked what he had just called him. The man immediately fell to his knees and began to beg his boss for forgiveness. The boss told him to tell him what he had to say, but quickly. He said that the woman was dead, and so was the second. Many of their people had been killed, and their fighting power had been weakened. He started to say that if they met that mutant with tentacles, but the boss stopped him and told him to forget about him. They would just go to the guys from Sagan. Zhang Xiaoyun's car drove up to the former coal mine and stopped behind the mound. Zhang Qi said that Xiaoyun's brother was right and that this was their base. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they had to be very quiet and not make any noise so that they wouldn't be noticed ahead of time. After circling the area, they realized that they had left the base. Pointing to the body, Captain Li said that it was the woman he had shot. It turned out that they even killed their own people. Zhang Xiaoyun added that he was not even surprised. Then Zhang Qi said that the giant man did not look like Chen Chong. Captain Li added that he had also heard them talking about some kind of evolutionaries. He asked what that meant and how to become one. The guy sighed and said that you had to eat people. This answer shocked the men. Zhang Xiaoyun explained that the surest way to gain zombie abilities was to eat people. Zhang Qi noted that Zhang Xiaoyun also had powers. Captain Li asked if they wanted to survive, they would have to eat others. He told them not to worry so much. It was the most obvious way, but not the only one. The boy put his hand in his pocket. Pulling something incomprehensible out of his pocket, Zhang Xiaoyun held it out on his palm. They asked what it was. He explained that evolutionaries and zombies could be generalized as mutants. Mutants need to absorb alien energy to evolve. In ordinary people, it is scattered throughout their blood and flesh. It's a small amount, but better than nothing. In rare mutants and evolutionaries, everything is concentrated in the core. The longer the disaster lasts, the more chances zombies have to gather energy in their cores. Captain Li said that they also have it. He started to say that if you eat zombie flesh, but Zhang Qi interrupted and shouted that he should do it himself, and he wouldn't. Zhang Xiaoyun said that ordinary people just get infected. Only mutants like Chen Chong can become stronger by eating zombies. The system announced that the second part of the task had been completed. He would receive a reward of 50 points. He was surprised but thought to himself that a base without people was no longer a threat. Hearing a cry of danger, the boy reacted instantly and stabbed the zombie in the head with a knife. The boy noticed that this zombie was able to sneak up on them unnoticed, which was strange for ordinary zombies. Taking the core out of it, the guy said that it was an interesting skill. It seemed that the hunt had not been in vain. He handed both cores to the men. Zhang Qi immediately said that he would not take it and that he could give it to Li. Captain Li first looked at the cores with disgust, but then decided to take them. Cursing, he closed his eyes and ate both cores. He felt the result very quickly and said that it was a pleasant sensation. Xiao Yong said that he was only on the path to evolution. This power would not be enough to rule the apocalypse, so there was no need to rush. Li Hongli said he understood and told him not to worry. Zhang Xiaoyun said that the problem was solved and they could return. As planned, they arrived at the former Saigon steel factory in hopes of joining that team. They were immediately stopped and asked who they were. He replied that he was the third from the coal factory. The guard looked at him and told him to wait while he reported to his boss. After a while, the guard returned for them and led them to meet the boss. Seeing the third, the boss asked why he had come this time. The woman asked where Rui and the second were. The third replied that they had been attacked. His sister and the second had tried to protect them, but had not been able to save them. The boss ordered that the third and his men be taken to a safe place to rest. When they left, the boss whispered something to the woman, and she replied that she thought so too. The man called the third again, and he indignantly asked what he had called him. He apologized and said he had a bad feeling. The third called him paranoid and asked what he was talking about. He pointed to the room and told him to pay attention to the steel doors and windows. The room looked more like a prison cell. The door suddenly opened and a guard appeared. He told the guys to get out. The guard led them back to the boss, but there were quite a few guys from his gang gathered there. Realizing that something was wrong, the third guy asked the boss if something had happened. She asked what he thought they should do with the man who had killed their leader. Frightened, the third immediately called them Sister Lin and Brother Dapin, assuring her that it was all a misunderstanding. Lin said that he was talking about a misunderstanding. She asked Li Chen to explain to him before they sent him to the other world. He said he had been at the coal factory. Jin Rui's battered body was lying in the yard. The other man was gone. He had disappeared. There were no signs of a struggle. He noted that the only reasonable explanation was betrayal. They took advantage of her injury and finished her off. The third man shouted back that it wasn't true. They had no evidence, just guesses. Boss Dapin laughed when he heard about the evidence and asked what world he was living in. Why did they need evidence? Then he added that, to be honest, they would have finished them off long ago if it weren't for the strength of the second and Rui. After that, he gave the order to finish them off. One of the men begged for mercy and said he had valuable information. The woman was interested in his words and asked what kind of information it was. He said that a large group of people had gathered east of the city and that they had a lot of supplies. They had defeated Drugo and Rui. He promised to take them there if they spared his life. Lin asked how strong these people were compared to them. He replied that they were about the same. She approached Boss Dapin and said that they could be a serious threat. The man added that those people did not know how to become evolutionaries because he had not seen any among them. The boss asked why they had lost to them. He said that the people had powerful weapons. He noted that ordinary bullets would not kill the second one, but they had finished him off with a single shot. After listening to him, she said that this was indeed good information. The man rejoiced and asked if he would be pardoned. Smiling, she gave the order to kill everyone without exception. The man shouted that he had told them everything, but no one was going to listen to him. Looking at the bodies, the boss asked what they were going to do and emphasized that such a problem needed to be dealt with quickly. She replied that attacking with powerful weapons was risky. They needed to become stronger to ensure victory. She then ordered them to send out scouts. They needed to find out if they knew about the evolution. With 126 points, he decided to see what he could buy with them. Seeing a box of second-level dark technologies, the guy said that luck was on his side. His points allowed him to purchase 2 boxes at once, using 55 points. One box contained food supplies, and the other contained dark technology. Opening the dark technology box, the boy was very happy because he had received another potion that increased his strength by 20 points. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Zhang Xiaoyun replied that they could come in. Shan Shan entered the room and reported that they had caught a suspicious person. Sighing heavily, the boy got up and said he would go check it out. The man demanded that they call their leader and assured them that he was not their enemy. Hearing that he wanted to meet the leader, Zhang Xiaoyong asked if he was looking for him. The man asked if he was the leader, and Zhang Xiaoyun confirmed that he was and told him to speak. The man asked how to address him, and the young man gave his name. The man immediately said that he would also introduce himself to Xiaoyun's brother. He said his name was Xu Aixin and that he had come from the Saigon factory. Song asked if it was the Saigon steel factory, and the man confirmed that it was. Zhang Xiaoyun asked Uncle Song if he was familiar with the place. Song said that it was the largest factory in the southwestern district. It seemed to have become a settlement, just like the coal factory. It was located 3 kilometers beyond the coal factory. The boy approached and asked the man why he had come so far. The man replied that there was chaos all around and asked if it wasn't better for people to group together. He said that his leader had sent him to look for other settlements to bring the survivors to them. Xiao Kai told Xiao Yun not to believe him. He said that the man had been circling around and drawing a map. Taking the map, Zhang Xiaoyun began to examine it. Then he chuckled thoughtfully. Then the guy used his Eye of Mind skill. He asked if he had remembered the name correctly. Xu Asen, right? The boy pointed his gun at him and said that they were living in the same apocalypse as them, so he shouldn't treat him like an idiot and tell him the truth about why he came before he shot him in the head. Realizing that he was not joking, the man said in a frightened voice that it was true. They were just being cautious, and they were not to blame. Zhang Xiaoyun whispered and asked if he had seen Chen Chong. Zhang Qi replied that he had not. Chen Chong had not come out. Hiding his weapon, the young man told them to let the man go. Song asked in surprise if they would let him go just like that. Not believing his ears, the man asked if they were really going to let him go. On top of that, The young man handed him a card and told him he could take it. The man immediately fell to his knees in front of him and began to thank Brother Xiao Yun. As soon as he was released through the gate, the man immediately began to run quickly down the road. The young man smiled slyly when he thought about how many points he would get for the steel factory. 5 months later, at the Saigon factory, two men were taking out the trash. One said he heard that people had disappeared again. The other asked if the monster had started attacking again. Suddenly, they heard a noise. The man told him not to go alone and to let the security guards check it out. However, he did not listen to his advice. A knife flew out of nowhere and killed the man who had gone to check what the noise was. He was smoking as usual while standing guard. The guard heard someone calling for help. He immediately grabbed his weapon and asked what had happened. The man screamed that a monster had killed Xiao Chen. The guard asked if it was a tentacled monster. Barely breathing, the man replied, "Who else?" The guard then asked where, and he replied that it was near a large garbage pit. Cursing, he said that, damn it, this time the monster had attacked unexpectedly. He ordered everyone to hide and told the evolutionaries with running skills to follow him. Together with several people, he headed for the place indicated by the man near the large garbage pit. The guard told them not to try to fight if they encountered it, but to simply run away. They quietly and carefully approached the place indicated by the worker, but there was no one there. One of the men said he was sure the tentacled creature had already left. Then another suggested that it had caught its prey and moved on. The man said that people had started disappearing more often after the coal factory and villas were destroyed. Another noted that this was obvious because he used to attack 3 places, but now he was attacking only 1. After carefully examining the tracks on the ground, the guard thought that someone else must have done it. The system reported that his goal was to expand the community as much as possible. The current count was 38 people. Zhang Xiaoyun said that this time he had lasted longer than in his previous life. If nothing changed, the revival of civilization would not be a fairy tale. Several months had passed, but the assignment for the steel factory had not appeared. Getting out of the car, Shan Shan greeted Xiao Yong and told him they were back. The boy jumped down to them from the wall he had been standing on and asked if anyone had noticed their hunt. Zhang He replied that they were already strong enough to notice if they were being followed, so he shouldn't worry. Then Zhang Xiaoyong asked how Xiao Shui was doing and if he had gotten used to it yet. He nodded in response. Xiao Shui said that Uncle Xiao Yun wasn't worried. Everything was cool. She added that it was true and reported that he had dealt with the zombies himself today. He said that was great and ordered her to take the mutant cores to the warehouse. The system announced the start of the 3rd part of the Hunter's mission. The threat had to be eliminated and potential allies had to be helped. Li Hongli asked if he was really going to go there alone and emphasized that it was too dangerous. Song added that they had already sent scouts to them. What if they had bad intentions? Then they wouldn't be able to help if something went wrong. The young man told them to relax. With his current strength, even Chen Chong couldn't hurt him, let alone them. That was why he wanted to go. That way, they would find out whether they were enemies or friends. Zhang Xiaoyun said that he was entrusting the defense of the fortress and the town of Shenbo to Captain Li and the rest of those present. Shenbo told him not to worry and to be careful. After all, they couldn't do without him here. Returning from inspecting the landfill near the steel factory, guard Li Chen said to let him through because he had important information. The guard said that he had already said that only the 2 leaders could enter. Then he grabbed the guard by the neck and lifted him up. Another guard asked Li Chen if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, his anger subsided and he realized that he was squeezing the man's neck in his hand. He immediately let go of the guard and began to apologize. Li Chen himself did not understand what had happened. He thought to himself that he had lost control of his emotions again, and lately, this had been happening more often. Coughing, the guard asked what was wrong with him and emphasized that the leader valued him, but that didn't mean they wouldn't touch him. Hearing his voice, the leader asked if it was Li Chen and ordered the guard to let him in. The guard said he could come in. Upon entering, he said he had come about the tentacle attacks, but he had a different theory about these attacks. He said he had checked the scene and found female footprints. The victim was a man. She asked if he thought someone else was killing them. Li Chen confirmed this. Lin said she understood and noted that this was useful information. She then asked him not to tell anyone about it. When he asked her why, she replied that the tentacle was enough to scare everyone. They would refuse to go outside. He wanted to say something, but she stopped him and said she would make sure things wouldn't get any worse. He didn't say anything else, but his expression indicated that there was more he wanted to discuss. Then Lin approached him and asked if Li Chen wanted to talk some more. Quickly jumping back to the door, Li Chen said he had said everything and said goodbye to Lin. As he walked out the door, Li Chen said that he had forgotten to ask about it again. Laughter came from the adjoining room, and the man remarked that she was too careless. She replied that he could take on the job himself if he was so careful. He said okay, and throwing the man's head into the trash can, added that she would clean it up. Near the steel factory, Segan Zhang Xiaoyun destroyed a small group of zombies. Realizing that he was almost there, the boy said it was time to change his appearance a little. He took out a pair of scissors and trimmed his hair a little to change his hairstyle. To avoid looking too neat, he took some dirt and rubbed it on his face with his dirty fingers. To complete his new look, the guy added glasses and replaced his skinny jeans with a worn jacket. At the entrance to the factory, a man shouted at the boy to stop and tell him who he was. Pretending to be happy to see him, the boy said that he had noticed some people living nearby. Then he exclaimed joyfully that it was great that there were other survivors. The man asked in surprise if he was alone and inquired how he had managed to survive for so long. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that there had been 10 of them, but recently, a horde of zombies had attacked and the rest had been killed. Only he had managed to escape. Then, the man said that he didn't seem very strong. Feigning surprise, Xiaoyong asked what he meant by strong. Then he immediately said that he wasn't really very strong, but he had some experience fighting zombies and would try his best. Smiling, the man said that wasn't what he meant, but that he shouldn't worry about what he said. After that, the man said that if he wanted to join them, he could follow him. Adjusting the pistol in his holster, the man said that first he had to pass a test. Noticing this, Zhang Xiaoyun thought that it would be difficult to find good people in this factory. Suddenly, they heard Li Chen's voice asking what was going on. Looking at the young man, he said that he didn't recognize him. The man told Li Chen that the boy was alone and that he was taking him for a search. Li Chen asked why he was being taken away and ordered a search of the area. Xiaoyun thought that he was definitely going to take him to a deserted place and kill him. He told the boy to hand over his weapon and then he could pass. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he should believe them, that if he handed over his weapon, they wouldn't kill him. Li Chen said that it was the apocalypse, and these were security measures against evil people. Then he ordered him to leave if he didn't want to hand over his weapon. Handing him the knife, Zhang Xiaoyun said that if that was the case, then he could take it. Taking the knife, Li Chen searched him for hidden weapons, but found nothing. The guy thought that he still had some moral principles left. It seems that the people from this factory are different from those savages in the villas and the coal factory. Finding no other weapons, Li Chen said that it was difficult to survive with only a knife and asked if the guy was an evolutionist. The boy immediately replied that it was possible because he felt much stronger than usual. Li Chen told him to come with him and explained that they had a rule to report such people to their superiors. Li Chen led the boy to a room and told him to wait in the reception area for now. Zhang Xiaoyun asked what kind of reception room it was with reinforced doors, adding that it looked more like a prison cell. After a while, a man entered the room, apologized for the wait, and asked the boy his name. The young man replied that his name was Jiang and, realizing that he had almost slipped up, repeated that his name was Jiang Yi. Dapin said that he had been told that the boy had undergone evolution and asked if it was true. The boy replied that he could tell from the tone of his voice that he already knew the answer. At that moment, an axe flew toward the young man, but Zhang Xiaoyun did not even flinch. The axe flew very close to Zhang Xiaoyun and stuck in the wall behind him. The first thought was that it was an attack, but glancing sideways at the man, the boy thought that he was probably testing him. Poking the axe stuck in the wall with his finger, the young man indignantly declared that it was dangerous. The man laughed and then said that it meant he had understood correctly. Zhang Xiaoyun continued to protest. emphasizing that if the man had made a mistake, he would have died. The man replied that such losses were acceptable. He said that they both knew how to become evolutionists. The boy confirmed that he was aware of this. Dapin said that he was warning him not to let others find out about the method of evolution. Only a few people knew about it, saying that if he told anyone, the man lunged sharply toward the boy. Grabbing him by the neck, the man said that in that case, he would finish him off. The boy thought that was close. He thought to himself that he was lucky that the man had attacked him with his bare hands. He would have reacted reflexively if the man had had a weapon. He thought that killing this man would not guarantee him 80 points from the system. Letting the young man go, the man remarked that he had excellent reflexes and had even managed to get a weapon. The man told the young man not to get cocky. He added that he had some experience, but his strength was beyond imagination and asked if he understood. The young man replied that he did. Then Dapin said he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he had brought a knife here. Dapin told the guys that Jian Ye needed to wash up and change his clothes. Then, they should take him to the meeting room. The guard informed Dapin that he had brought him. Dapin said that he wanted to introduce the new member of the team, Jian Ye. He said that Huang Lin was also a leader. The other two were the leaders of the settlement, Li Chen and Huang Bin. Lin told Huang Bin that the newcomer would be under his command and asked if he had any objections. He replied that he had no problem with that. She told the boy that he was lucky to have found one of the strongest settlements in the area and that his survival was guaranteed. However, only those who were useful would receive food. Zhang Xiaoyun bowed his head to her in submission and replied that he would obey. Huang Bian said that he was just in time. Today was his turn to patrol. Then he told him to follow him. He asked his uncle if they had given him this new guy. His uncle replied that there was nothing he could do. The guy knew the secret, so he could only be assigned to this group. The man walking beside Zhang Xiaoyun looked closely and wondered why he seemed familiar. Calling out to Zhang Xiaoyong, Huang Bin asked if Dapin had told him the details about their settlement. The boy replied that he had only told him to keep quiet about evolution. He replied that this was true and said that only Dapin's sister and the four of them knew about eating human flesh. He said that Asen was Dapin's cousin, Aqiang was his nephew and Lin's nephew. They were all family, so only he could reveal the secret. Then he asked if he understood. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that he would keep quiet. Hearing his name, the young man recognized the man as Shu Asen, who had been captured by Zhang Qi's group. Zhang Xiaoyun asked about the second leader. Huang Bin replied that he was an outsider, but talented and strong. He emphasized that he must not reveal the secret under any circumstances, otherwise they would not both survive to see the next day. The young man thought that Li Chen seemed to have great potential, and they were limiting his resources and information so that he would not surpass the two leaders. Stopping, Huang Bin said that they had arrived. The young man asked what kind of place it was. He said it was a small settlement of about 7 people. They had been watching it for 3 or 4 days and had not noticed any evolutionaries. Zhang Xiaoyun asked what their plan was and if they were going to hunt. He replied that they weren't barbarians. They were farmers. Atsun told Xiaoyun that he was also an evolutionist, so it was time to change his thinking. He advised him not to be as stubborn as Li Chen. He said that, to put it bluntly, they were not the same species as ordinary humans. They were at the top of the food chain. The boy asked if they wanted to take them away and raise them in the settlement to kill them later. Wang Bin replied that they didn't need to take all of them. 5 or 6 would be enough. They would deal with the rest on the spot. The boy asked how they would deal with them. The man laughed and said that he would show him everything and that the boy should watch and learn. In the settlement, everyone was working on construction. The man sighed and said that he was finally finishing because the work was so tiring. One of the men noticed some movement and, attracting the attention of the others, asked what was going on. A group of zombies ran out of the bushes nearby and rushed toward their settlement with a growl. The man asked where the whole horde had come from and ordered everyone to quickly prepare for battle. The horde of zombies quickly reached the group of men and began to attack them. Seeing the zombies already eating his friends, the guy shouted that there were too many of them. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if this was his brilliant plan, to set the zombies on them. He replied that their resources were not unlimited, so they couldn't take on a large number of people. Hong Bin emphasized that if they brought more than 10 people at a time, they could form a group that would be difficult to control. After that, Huang Bin announced that now was their chance. His nephew happily rolled up his sleeves. The zombies had already reached the settlement and attacked a woman. She screamed loudly, trying to break free. She thought it was the end, but suddenly the zombies' heads rolled across the ground. She saw a man standing in front of her, offering her his hand. The woman asked in surprise if she was saved. The man from the settlement was amazed at how the men who had suddenly appeared were destroying the zombies. He asked who they were. After finishing with the zombies, Wan Bin said that they were evolutionaries from the Saigon steel factory. They expressed their gratitude for saving them. Someone asked who the revolutionaries were. Zhang Xiaoyun thought that the guys were in their early 20s, and their physical strength was similar to that of Jiang Qi's group. Sensing something, the young man suddenly turned around and looked at the high-rise building behind them. He thought he saw someone in a broken window. The young man looked closely, but saw nothing and said that he must have imagined it. Huang Bin shouted to Zhang Ye that it was enough to stand and watch and that they needed to help clean up the mess. Realizing that he had been noticed, the mutant moved away from the window where he had been watching what was happening. Several people who had been rescued told Huang Bin that there were still some supplies left in the warehouse. Huang Bin then ordered Zhang Ye to stay there and drag the remains to the entrance. He would arrange for a small truck to come and pick them up. Then he whispered that the bodies of the people who had died here also needed to be piled up. They would take them away too. After that, he turned to the rescued people and told them to follow him. After gathering everyone, they set off for the factory. Only Zhang Xiaoyun remained near the settlement with a pile of zombie and human bodies. Taking a knife from his belt, the young man said that everything was going well so far. The boy thanked them again for their help and for saving their lives. The men just smiled slyly and exchanged glances. The girl asked if there was water in their settlement and if she could wash up. Aqian pulled the girl closer and said that there was not just water, but hot water. There was even shower gel, so she would be clean. Asina thought he had noticed something, so he stopped and looked in that direction. Noticing that he had stopped, Wan Bin asked Asin if there was a problem. He replied that there was something there. Then, Huang Bin stopped the group behind him and shouted for them to be careful. Squeezing the girl's shoulder, Aqian told her to stay behind and that he would protect her. Looking around, Wan Bin asked where he was. Asin replied that he couldn't see anything. With a sneer, Aqian turned to Asin and asked when he had become so paranoid. Looking at Aqian, he said that it was not a mistake. Someone was definitely hiding there. He hadn't finished speaking when a long tentacle pierced his body. Wang Bin shouted that there was a tentacle creature here and tried to shoot it, but it was too fast and had already hidden somewhere. Hearing his nephew shout that the tentacled creature was behind him, Huang Bin turned around. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyun took advantage of the opportunity and began cutting out the testicles of the zombies. After cutting open the first body, the boy noticed that these zombies had 2 testicles. He shouted happily that this was not bad. Zhang Xiaoyong stood up and looked in the direction of the cries for help. They were the cries of Huang Bini, who had been caught by a tentacled mutant. The man screamed that he was doomed. She screamed when the tentacled creature crushed the man's body, and his blood splattered on their faces. Having finished with that man, the tentacled mutant turned his attention to another who was watching him. Realizing who it was targeting, Aetion stepped back and said, "Not her." Grabbing the girl hiding behind him by the arm, he pushed her straight toward the tentacled mutant. The mutant immediately wrapped itself around the girl and turned its attention to her. Its tentacles squeezed her tighter and tighter, and the girl gradually stopped resisting. She thought it was the end when she fell to the ground and felt that no one was holding her anymore. Opening her eyes, she saw the boy standing in front of her, and the monster's severed tentacles lying on the ground. The boy asked if this was the same tentacled monster they had been talking about. Aqian replied that it was not him, but his son. Zhang Xiaoyun asked in surprise what he meant by son. He explained that that was what they called them. He said that the monster was always muttering something about his son. He had the ability to turn ordinary zombies into creatures like himself. That's why this monster was his son. He thought to himself that even his aunt and Dapin would have a hard time dealing with the sun on their own, and Zhang Ye was definitely not a match for him, so it was time to run. Shouting to Zhang Ye to hold him back while he brought reinforcements, the boy ran away. Realizing that he had escaped, the rest also rushed to flee as far away from this place as possible. Zhang Xiaoyun asked ironically what reinforcements he was talking about. Chen just wanted to buy time to escape. The tentacle mutant didn't miss the opportunity to grab the guy while he was distracted. The guy smiled, remembering that they called him the tentacle's son, and said it was funny. Zhang Xiaoyun sharply pulled the mutant by its tentacles and pulled it towards him. He informed the confused mutant, who did not expect this, that he was interested in him. The tentacle mutant began to resist when he realized that the boy was pulling him toward him. Zhang Xiaoyun said that he had no reason to test his new abilities, so he would test them on him. The guy decided to try out his new physical overload ability and activated it. After activating the ability, the boy pulled the monster toward him again by its tentacles. The tentacled mutant instantly fell to the ground, and the guy dragged it toward him. Leaning his foot against its face, Zhang Xiaoyun jerked his hand sharply, tearing off the mutant's tentacles and freeing his hand. To keep from screaming in fear, the girl covered her mouth with her hands and kept her eyes on the guy who was fighting the scary monster with his bare hand. First, the guy tore off the mutant's tentacles so that it couldn't grab him. Then he tore it to pieces to make sure it wouldn't get back up. When he was done with the monster, the guy went over to the girl and asked if she was okay. He wanted to touch her to calm her down, but the frightened girl jumped away from him. The boy told her not to be afraid, that he was a human being, not a monster. Reaching the gates of the steel factory, Akian shouted that he was finally there. Dapin asked what had happened when he saw that he had returned alone. Lin asked where Huang Bin and Asen were. Aqian said in a frightened voice that they had been killed by the son of the tentacled mutant. Then Li Chen asked where the new guy was. He said not to even ask because he was definitely dead. The three of them couldn't handle him. Hearing this news, Dapin looked at the men who had run up with Aqian. Unable to contain his emotions, Dapin shouted that it was all for a few useless people and threw his axe at the men. His axe instantly killed the man, who fell to the ground. Lin told Dapin to calm down. Suddenly, a bundle of monster tentacles fell to the ground right in front of him. Everyone was shocked when they saw Zhang Ye standing in front of them with a girl. Li Chen joyfully exclaimed that Zhang Ye had survived. It was clear from his reaction that he was genuinely happy to see the boy. Looking at the bundle of tentacles, Lin asked if they were parts of the monster. The boy replied that he had finished off his son, or whatever they called him, and by doing so, he had avenged their relatives. She wondered how strong this boy was when she heard that he had defeated a mutant. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they had prepared people and transportation because they needed to take the prey away. In the office, Dapin asked if he was sure that the tentacle monster's son was stronger than Li Chen. Atsuan replied that the creature had instantly killed his uncle and Asina. When asked if Li Chen could have done the same, the young man said he doubted it. He turned to them and said that, to be honest, even they would have had problems. Dapin reported that Zhang Ye did not react when he threatened him, but only managed to draw his weapon and did not take a fighting stance. He then asked how he could be so strong. Lin said that the son of the tentacle man relied on ambushes. Perhaps they had exaggerated his strength. Dampen said that was logical, but they couldn't leave such a guy around. If he conspired with Li Chen, it would be bad. There was a knock at the door and Li Chen entered. He said he brought his condolences. The boss replied that they had been in the apocalypse for so long that they could forget about formalities and get straight down to business. Then Li Chen said that, in his opinion, Zhang Ye's strength was similar to his and suggested appointing him as another leader of the settlement. Giving Li Chen a dark look, Dapin said he was against it because they didn't know his past. Lin noted that he had the strength to become a leader, but he had no achievements or contributions. No one trusted him. Li Chen indignantly asked if destroying the son of the tentacle monster wasn't enough. Smiling slyly, she said that if he could kill the tentacle monster himself, it would solve two problems at once. Li Chen replied that even they couldn't do it, so how could he? He then added that it was unfair. She told him not to worry because they weren't sending him to his death. The entire settlement would be mobilized. They would finish off the monster once and for all. After listening to them, Zhang Xiaoyun noted that their entire plan revolved around him. The boy remarked that he hadn't lived here long but was already being given the leading role. He then asked if they were sure. Lin smiled and replied that of course they were, because he was stronger than her and Dapin. In support of her words, Dapin announced that he would become the third leader if this mission was successful. Then, turning to Li Chen, Dapin said that Zhang Ye had surpassed him in strength and asked if he had any objections to his appointment. He replied that he had no objection. Then Dapin said that in that case, they would set out in 2 days. The young man smiled and thought to himself that it was such a generous offer and that he was very touched, but he had the eye of mind. Using his mind's eye, the young man saw evil emoticons above the leaders' heads. Although Li Chen's emoticon was not like that, it was already late at night when a signal came through the radio in Zhang Xiaoyun's fortress. Upon receiving the signal, Xiao Kai ran out of the room and reported that Xiaoyun was calling them on the radio. Captain Li asked the boy how everything was going. The boy emphasized that they should listen carefully. The guy said that the day after tomorrow morning, they should go to the suburban park in the south. They had to bring Chong and other strong fighters. Zhang Xiaoyun said that they would get rid of the threat in the southern part of the city once and for all. Li Hongli said that Shen Bo was too old for such a risky mission, so they would not take him. He emphasized that they needed him here. Shen Bo agreed but asked them to be careful. After all, the task was clearly more difficult than the previous ones. Captain Li said that Zhang Qi, Xiao Kai, Shan Shan, Ji Xuan, Liu Chao, Chen Ji, and Chen Chong would go with him. After listening to their conversation, little Xiao Shui ran up to them and shouted that he would go too. His mother said that this was a battle for adults and asked why he wanted to get involved. Xiao Shui replied that he was no longer a child, but a man. Song told her to relax because the boy was strong enough, not only against zombies. Even in the main team, he was not considered weak. Captain Li confirmed this and added that it would be better for the boy to gain experience. He promised to keep an eye on him. As planned, they drove up to a suburban park in the south of the city in several cars. Getting out of the car, Dapin said they had arrived. The guy asked how they were going to lure him out. The boss told him not to rush because they had a plan. Looking around, the young man saw a small glint on the roof of a high-rise building. It was the glint of binoculars through which Captain Li was observing the situation at the park entrance. Shan Shan asked Captain Li if he could see everything clearly or if they needed to get closer. He replied that Xiao Yun had told them not to approach the park before the appointed time. Captain Li ordered them to prepare ropes. They would strike from the flank when everything started. Lin called the boy who had come with them, and he immediately approached. The boy asked what she wanted. She told him to go to the park. The boy asked in a frightened voice if he hadn't been brought there to carry things. Hearing what she said to the boy, Li Chen turned to Lin and asked what was going on. She replied that the woman was constantly muttering about her son. They were going to give him her son. Lin told him not to worry because they would finish off the tentacled creature when it appeared. The boy would not be harmed. Realizing what he was being sent to do, the boy said anxiously that he didn't want to be bait. Lifting the boy by his clothes, Dapin shouted at him to obey before he finished him off himself. After that, the irritated Dapin simply threw the boy into the grounds of a suburban park. Falling on the park alley, the boy groaned in pain and began to call for help. Noticing that some commotion had begun at the park entrance, Captain Li reported that everything had started. They began to quietly climb down ropes from the other side of the high-rise building so as not to be noticed. A terrifying voice called out for his son, and immediately behind the boy, a tentacled mutant landed. The boy cried out that he didn't want to die. Seeing that he had appeared, Li Chen said that the plan had worked and that they had to save the boy. He was about to rush to help, but she grabbed his arm and said that he had promised not to steal Zhang Ye's credit. Zhang Xiaoyun smiled at this remark and responded ironically to her words. In an instant, he rushed forward and ran toward the boy to snatch him from the monster's clutches. Grabbing the boy by his clothes, Zhang Xiaoyun threw him hard toward the park exit. At the entrance, Li Chen picked up the boy and pulled him to safety. Grabbing the boy with his tentacles, he looked him in the eyes and told him to return his son. Li Chen shouted to Zhang Ye to hold on and wanted to run to help, but his bosses wouldn't let him. He asked them what they were doing and said that if they didn't help him, the boy would die. Then she smiled and said that this was exactly what would happen to the boy. Lin said that she thought the boy could fight him on equal terms, but he would be the next worthless victim. After her words, Li Chen said that it seemed they had set it all up and asked why. Zhang Ye shouted that he would explain why they needed to kill him. The guy said he knew their secret. It was eating human flesh. The order to open fire was given, and they started shooting at them. Dapin shouted that it was an ambush. Lin asked who else was there. A team of 4 people began shooting at the steel factory bosses with firearms. A second team, along with Chen Chong, ran to help Zhang Xiaoyun with Molotov cocktails. Swinging a Molotov cocktail bottle, Xiao Shuai shouted that they had come to help Uncle Xiaoyun. The boy threw the bottle and its contents directly at the monster, but it was broken by its tentacles before it reached its target. The tentacled mutant stopped and looked closely at the boy who had thrown the flammable mixture at him. Looking at the little boy, he called him his son again in an uncertain voice. Stopping, Xiao Shui cursed and said that this monster was damn strong. Hearing that the boy had used profanity in his speech, the tentacled monster shouted at him to stop swearing. Zhang Qi told them to be careful, because this was no ordinary zombie, and asked Chen Chong to be more cautious. Chen Chong quickly dodged the tentacles with which the monster was trying to grab him. Hiding from the bullets behind the trees, Achan asked what was going on. Was this another mutant? Seeing that he was fighting the tentacled mutant, Lin asked in surprise if he was fighting on the side of humans. Approaching the tentacled mutant, Chen Chong let it wrap its tentacles around him. Then, with one swift movement, Chen Chong tore apart the tentacles that were holding him. But as soon as he tore one tentacle, the mutant attacked him with the others. Chen Chong managed to cover himself from the blow and stay on his feet. Although he remained standing, the blow was powerful and threw him a long way back. Zhang Xiaoyun laughed and remarked that Chen Chong had finally found a worthy opponent. Dapin muttered through clenched teeth that this idiot was managing to joke even in such a situation. Atsan shouted that the boy had torn the tentacles to pieces, but that was part of the main body. Then he said that the kid had called Zhang Xiaoyun by his name. Dapin asked what that meant. He said that Asen had mentioned that the leader of the fortress in Chen City was named Jiang Xiaoyun. Lin confirmed this. Then an angry Dapin cursed and said that the little shit had outsmarted them. Looking at the guys who had set up the ambush, Lin muttered through clenched teeth that they seemed to be the main forces of that fortress. She noted that the stronger guys could match Li Chen, but their weapons were more powerful. Lin said that the main problem was Zhang Ye, or Zhang Xiaoyong, if that was his real name. She added that they also had a mutant who was on the same level as Tentacle. After assessing the situation, she said that victory was not guaranteed. The losses would be terrible regardless of the outcome. Aquan asked what they would do. She shouted that she had an idea and ordered Dapin to distract them and cover her. Dapin replied that he understood and ran out of his hiding place, throwing an axe at the men. The men from Zhang Xiaoyun's team managed to jump out of the way of the axe, but lost sight of their enemy. The enemies began shooting in different directions to distract them. Captain Li noticed that since they were causing chaos, they must have come up with a plan. While the men shifted their attention to Dapin, she ran out of her hiding place and headed toward the boy. Right in front of little Xiao Shui, Xiao Kai jumped out and shouted for him to be careful because she was aiming at him. He barely had time to shout a warning before her powerful kick struck him in the head. The blow was so powerful that it threw the boy several meters away from them. As he fell, Xiao Kai shouted that she was strong. She's an evolutionist. She quickly reached Xiao Shui and reached for his neck to grab it. Lin lifted the boy by his clothes and said that he was caught. Shan Shan shouted that the woman had grabbed Shui. Gritting his teeth in anger, Xiao Shui muttered that she didn't even think about taking him hostage. The boy struggled, and she noticed that he was also strong. Then she slapped him in the face. Noticing that the woman had hit the boy, the tentacled mutant shouted the word Xing again. While he was distracted by the boy, Chen Chong took advantage of the opportunity and jumped on the mutant's back. Chen Chong was about to twist the mutant's neck, but Zhang Xiaoyun told him to calm down and let him go. This request surprised and confused Chen Chong. Turning his head toward Zhang Xiaoyun, he growled, "Why?" Zhang Xiaoyun explained that he was now willing to risk his life and that it would be better not to stand in his way. Lin shouted for them to lower their weapons if they didn't want to see the boy decapitated. Captain Li shouted back that she should let the boy go and take him hostage instead. Noticing how everyone was worried about the boy, she smiled and remarked that it meant she had chosen the right target. Li Hongli muttered that he would never be able to explain to his mother if anything happened to the boy. Squeezing the boy even tighter, Lin shouted for them to drop their weapons on the ground and move back 100 meters. Raising his hand and lowering his rifle, Captain Li told everyone to obey her order. She shouted for them to order their monster to finish off the tentacled mutant. Dapin warned Lin of the danger, and she noticed that the mutant's tentacles were already approaching her. Lin reacted instantly and jumped out of the way, and a second later, a powerful blow struck the spot where she had been standing. With the next blow, the tentacled mutant split Asian's body in two. Landing, Lin asked what had happened. Wasn't the tentacled creature busy? Looking in the direction where the mutants were fighting, she was surprised to see that they were just watching. Captain Li shouted at Xiao Shui to run away, but one of the mutant's tentacles had already wrapped around the boy's leg. Zhang Xiaoyun shouted to Captain Li that everything was fine and the boy was not in danger. The tentacled mutant wrapped itself around the boy and lifted him closer to itself. Looking at the boy, the tentacled mutant called him Shuai's son. The boy called out to Zhang Shengji and told him that he had kept his word. His wife and son were fine. Hearing how the mutant called Zhang Xiaoyun Shuai, he asked if this was really his father. Zhang Xiaoyun confirmed that it was his father and noted that he had not been mistaken. His father had become just like his brother, Chen Chong. The boy burst into tears and rushed to hug his father without fear. Dapin shouted that this was some kind of drama they were staging. Then he said he didn't care and gave the order to retreat. The tentacled mutant's expression changed. He couldn't let someone who wanted to hurt his son go. His tentacles quickly caught up with Dapin, even though he was running fast. The tentacles wrapped tightly around Dapin's body like ropes and began to squeeze him. Dapin shouted to Lin, who was standing nearby, to quickly cut off the tentacles, but she did not respond to his command, and he asked Wan Lin what she was waiting for. She had no intention of helping him and simply began to run away. Dapin shouted after her that she was stupid and asked how she could abandon him. As she ran away, she thought that they would hardly be able to defeat the tentacled creature even together, let alone the rest of them. The only option left was to abandon Dapin and run away. Huang Lin felt something grab her leg and yank her sharply. Lin immediately fell to the ground. When the grip loosened, she got up. Her broken glasses fell off and she shouted that the bastard should go to hell. The tentacled mutant yanked her again and she fell. He began to pull her toward him. Seeing that it had grabbed his partner, Dapin said that the bitch thought she could escape on her own. Serves her right. Dapin called out to Li Chen and shouted that now they were the only ones left. Li Chen cursed and said there was no choice. But suddenly, feeling a hand on his shoulder, he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaoyun. Li Chen asked when he had managed to sneak up on them. Zhang Xiaoyun told him not to move and said he would help him get out of this alive. When Li Chen didn't rush to free him, Dapin shouted that he was a bastard and a traitor. The tentacled mutant slammed Dapin to the ground, scattering asphalt into pieces. For a second, its tentacles let go of Dapin, but then they swung back and hit his body with such force that it was blown to pieces. Seeing the death of her former partner, Huan Lin asked him to let her go. However, he slowly squeezed her until she became mincemeat in his clenched tentacles. The system reported that the third part of the task of hunting down the villains was complete. He would receive 80 reward points. The conditions for completing the task were to destroy the threat and help potential allies. After reading this, Zhang Xiaoyun asked if the potential ally was Zhang Shengji. Then Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the stunned Li Chen and asked if he had any question. Li Chen asked if they had come from the eastern suburbs. He confirmed this. Then Li Chen asked what he meant when he talked about eating people. Zhang Xiaoyun asked if Li Chen thought that evolutionaries became evolutionaries by accident. Alarmed by the boy's words, Li Chen said uncertainly that in order for evolution to begin, they had to eat human flesh. He remembered how a little girl told her mother that she also wanted meat. She replied that she should stop being so fussy and explained that her uncle needed strength to protect them. The woman asked Li Chen to forgive the little girl because she didn't understand yet. Giving her his tray of meat, Li Chen said it was okay. Let the little girl eat if she wanted to. Then her mother cried out in a frightened voice that she didn't need it. Realizing what kind of meat it was, Li Chen immediately felt sick at the mere thought of it. Li Chen remembered cases when people ran up screaming that the tentacled creature had returned, and several people had already disappeared. He asked if they had seen it, but they replied that they hadn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived. The woman was searching everywhere for her daughter, who had disappeared on the same day that the tentacled creature had appeared. Then Li Chen realized that the tentacled creature was not responsible for the disappearances. The meat they were being fed was the flesh of the missing people. He immediately felt nauseous. His eyes were filled with hatred at the realization of what his former leaders had done. He immediately ran to the mutilated bodies of his former leaders and could not contain his anger. Li Chen shouted that Dapin was a devilish bastard and began to beat the bodies and tear them to pieces. Sitting on the ground, he sighed heavily, feeling anger and despair at the same time. Turning to Zhang Xiaoyun and his team, Li Chen asked if they had also gained power by eating people. Captain Li indignantly asked him who he thought they were. Of course they didn't do that. Zhang Xiaoyong told him to relax because they knew more than him. There were other ways to gain strength. Throwing him a core he had taken from a zombie, Zhang Xiaoyun said that they used it. The guy explained that they were mutant cores. They could be obtained from zombies or evolvers. They were harder to find than human flesh, but they were more effective and had no side effects. Then Li Chen asked what these side effects were. Zhang Xiaoyun said that he should have already noticed them. He said that after Li Chen began his evolution, it probably became more difficult for him to control his emotions, and violence began to stimulate him. Li Chen confirmed his words. Zhang Xiaoyun said that there was no turning back, but the symptoms would not worsen if he stopped eating human flesh. Returning to the tentacled mutant, Zhang Xiaoyun said that now it was their turn and asked if Zhang Shenji could speak. He could not speak in sentences, only single words, so it came out as, "Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my son." Zhang Xiaoyun shouted, "What the hell? Did he decide to play on our emotions?" But Zhang Shenji, in a panic, began to repeat the same words, "Brother Zhang, Brother Sheng." Then the boy said that it was okay and that Zhang Shenji should calm down because he understood everything. He said that it reminded him of Chen Chong. The speech center was damaged, but his mind and memories remained. Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that he looked terrible and that it would not be easy to restore him to normal. Zhang Shengji replied that it was not necessary. He place, son, relief. Then Zhang Xiaoyun asked if he understood correctly that he had grown accustomed to the place and was glad that his son was safe. The mutant replied that Brother Jiang was a man of great intellect. Zhang Xiaoyun said that this was called being smart. The young man turned to Li Chen and said that all threats had been eliminated, but he would have to take the rest of the people from the steel factory with him. Li Chen immediately refused and emphasized that he had eaten human flesh. People would be in danger if he became their leader. Then Zhang Xiaoyun asked if Captain Li would take control of the steel factory. When he agreed, Zhang Xiaoyun said he would take Li Chen with him. Taking Li Chen by the shoulder, Zhang Xiaoyun quietly said that he would keep an eye on the demon in his heart. Desperate cries for help could be heard from the outskirts of a neighboring town. The boy stopped his friend and said that there was nothing they could do to help. Running away from the mutants, the boy fell and injured himself. They were already close enough that there was no hope of rescue. The mutant's thorny vines enveloped him, but he continued to beg for help from the fleeing people. The mutants pounced on the boy. Screams could be heard from the green mist that enveloped them. After feasting on the boy, they looked at his remains and waited for the transformation. Parts of his torn body were joined together by vines and other plants. The monster came to life and groaned. She stopped and said she couldn't run anymore. The woman was breathing heavily and gasping for air. The boy ran up to her and told her to get up and run, otherwise they would tear her to pieces. Another boy from their group told them to be quiet and listen. Everyone fell silent and began to listen to the sounds around them. The boy said it sounded like the wind. They were delighted when he said that it was definitely the wind and that it meant they were close to the edge of the jungle. Their joy was interrupted by a terrifying cawing sound, which meant they were close. The boy shouted that they had been caught and that they had to run. With no time to lose, they rushed forward. He looked back at the girl and said that they were almost there and couldn't die like this. One of the boys shouted that there was light ahead, so they were at the edge of the jungle. The girl shouted joyfully that they had made it to safety. Relaxing, she didn't notice the vine that was already descending toward her. They shouted at her to watch out. But the plant wrapped around her neck so quickly that she didn't even realize what had happened. A giant predatory plant emerged from the thicket behind the vine and lifted the girl up. The monster plant pulled the girl toward it and bit off half of her. The lower half of this girl's body fell right at the feet of the terrified boys. The boy screamed hysterically that it was his Xiao Tong. Another boy shook him and told him to pull himself together. Hearing the squeaking again, the boy said that the devil take these plants. They were already here. He slapped his friend hard to stop him from crying and come to his senses. Then the boy shouted that Xiao Tong was gone and that he had to pull himself together if he wanted to survive. They ran out into an open area where there were no plants and the fog did not block the light. When they reached this edge of the jungle, the monster stopped. They looked at the new territory and roared. One of the monsters stepped on the ground and it immediately began to grow green. Then the rest of the monsters followed him, leaving behind trails of thick vegetation on the ground. A group of 4 boys managed to escape from the jungle monsters and reach another city. Stopping at the entrance, one of the boys said that he thought he recognized the place. He said that it was a suburban park near the city of M and exclaimed that they had finally made it. The boy remarked that it seemed strange that there was no one around. Another confirmed this and said that the place looked abandoned. One of them suggested that the nearby towns had probably been evacuated because of what had happened to Town S. He thought he saw something. The guy stopped and pointed in that direction to the others. Noticing a human-like silhouette, the guy asked anxiously what was there. Another shouted that it must be someone else who had survived. Some people had managed to escape earlier. He called out to the guy and asked where the evacuation point was. Jin Shenji came out of his hiding place and looked at the guys who had come to the park. Seeing his appearance, the guys started screaming and running away from the park. The tentacled mutant did not chase after them, but simply looked after them. Running out of the park, the boy asked if it was chasing them. Looking back, the other replied that it didn't look like it. The boy asked what was going on. Could there really be monsters outside the jungle? His friend shouted that it was all over and that they were doomed. The other boy asked why the jungle hadn't spread beyond their city. They wanted to think about what to do next when they heard a familiar squeaking sound. They were overtaken by the plant monsters that had followed them from the jungle and had already reached the new city. Looking around, they shouted that the plants had surrounded them on all sides. In despair, the boy sank to the ground and said that they shouldn't have run away. They could have hidden in the jungle for several more months, and his Xiao Tong would still be alive. The monsters approached them, scattering green mist around them. Each of their steps left vegetation on the ground. Putting a knife to his throat, the boy shouted that he would not let himself be torn to pieces. Suddenly, the tentacle of another monster they had encountered in the park flew over his head. To the boy's great surprise, the mutant did not attack him, but finished off the monster from the jungle. After protecting the boys from the monsters, it stopped between them. Looking at their stunned faces, Zhang Shunji asked what was going on. The settlements around his fortress were expanding and being built up with new buildings. Surveying the area from the tower, Zhang Xiaoyun noticed that it was very windy today. The system reported that the Beggar's Utopia task was in progress. A branch had been established at the Saigon Steel Factory, and he would receive 20 points for this. His rating rose to 62. He also received 80 bonus points, giving him a total of 231 points. Looking at the updated items in the system store, the guy exclaimed that there was a third-level Power Awakening box. Choosing the box, he said that he had received physical overload last time and wondered what he would get this time. After buying everything in the store, the guy started opening the boxes. The first one contained an armored jeep. The dark technology box contained a potion that increased strength by 30. And in the third-level box was a slave mark. The description said that you had to mark the target with the tag to make it your slave, but the tag was only for one person. The guy thought that Chen Chong and Jiang Shenjie were relatively safe, so it would be better to keep it. The system announced that there was a new task. He had to eliminate the threat posed by weeds. The reward was 100 points. The boy asked in surprise what threat weeds could possibly pose. Looking at the garden they had organized near the fortress, the boy asked if he should weed the beds or something. Suddenly, the radio asked if he could hear them and reported that Xiao Shuai's father was in trouble. Someone asked if they were zombies and what was going on. The man asked if the mutant was also in Chief Zhang's group. People came out, curiously looking at the mutant who was dragging something and leading people behind him. When he approached the fortress, he immediately heard his son's voice shouting that his father had arrived. Noticing his son running towards him with his wife, Jiang Shenjie exclaimed, "Son and wedding!" Shenbo asked in surprise if he had said wedding. The boy said that he probably meant wife. The mutation had damaged his speech center, so he should be considered a patient with aphasia. Without any fear, she threw herself into her husband's arms and burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoyun approached the creature Shenji had dragged over and broke off a piece. Examining it, he asked if that was it. Zhang Shenjie began to explain that it was a large dish of stewed meat with vegetables. The young man asked in surprise about the meat with vegetables. The guy exclaimed that he would explain everything now. He said that they had come from the city of S. The city had been swallowed by the jungle. Many people had mutated into plants and looked like these things. Turning a piece over in his fingers, the guy said that they were mutant plants. The new guy said that it seemed dangerous in City M as well. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that they had already seen that the city's inhabitants had turned into zombies. He turned to Shenbo and reported that there was an armored jeep near the ruined wall 2 streets away from the base. He then asked him to send someone to bring it back. He told the rest to go with him to check the borders between the cities. On the outskirts of the city, rows of sprouts covering the ground were already visible. The boy shouted that these vines had grown stronger. Zhang Xiaoyun looked closely at the plants. After thinking for a few minutes, Zhang Xiaoyun said that they were going into the jungle. Then the boy shouted that it was very dangerous there, and that they had not fled from there to return. Zhang Xiaoyun replied that if they ignored it, the jungle would soon engulf the steel factory. This would disrupt everyday life and production. Looking at Zhang Qi, he said that first they would deal with another problem. Zhang Qi asked what problem he was talking about. Shan Shan didn't understand his words and looked at him in surprise. He replied that they needed strength to help them deal with crises on their own. Jing Xiaoyun asked them to bring Captain Li and his team from the steel factory. For now, they would focus on hunting. One of the mutants was enjoying the prey he had caught on the outskirts of the city. Hearing some noises, he looked back and began to peer and listen to the sound. While his attention was diverted by the sounds near the house, the mutant did not notice a boy sneaking up on him. The mutant fell into their trap and became prey for Jiang Xiaoyun. Using an armored vehicle and firearms, they shot the horde of zombies in the city. Following the team that destroyed the zombies, they cut out the cores from their shot bodies. Someone shouted that these were just zombies again and asked where all the living people had gone. A zombie ran towards him, screaming, ready to attack its found victim. With one swing of his arm, he knocked off part of the zombie's head and howled in dissatisfaction. Sighing, he howled that he was tired of frying zombie meat. Why weren't there at least a couple of people here? The next moment, he smelled something desirable and began to sniff around. After taking a few breaths, he muttered happily that there were survivors here. The boy called out to the one who had finished off the zombie and asked if he was tired of living. He noted that the leader had said not to open the door at this time without permission. He clicked his tongue and asked what difference it made. After all, the leader Jiang and his team had killed almost everyone in the vicinity anyway. Then the boy shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and ordered him to come back. Licking his lips in anticipation of a tasty meal, he said he had never eaten anything like this before. Clean people. Running back to the hiding place, he said that they had weapons, so they needed to hold out for a few days. The mutant whined pitifully that it was driving him crazy. Delicious food was so close. Late in the evening, Zhang Xiaoyun radioed Shenbo to gather everyone in the conference room. When everyone had gathered, Zhang Xiaoyun remarked that the hunting team had done a good job and had gathered a lot in those 3 days. He announced that they would divide the mutant corps between Li Hongli and Zhang Qi. Captain Li asked if he was sure about this decision. After all, he deserved them more than they did. Zhang Qi added that everyone had worked hard and it would be unfair to give everything to them. Zhang Xiaoyun told them not to refuse because there were enough weapons. He emphasized that they needed elite hunters. They were much better than immature evolvers. Song said that Li did not argue and simply took them. At the same time, he asked if Xiaoyun had ever been wrong. After that, Zhang Xiaoyun called Shan Shan and told her to go with him right away. They came to Zhang Xiaoyun's room, and he told her to close the door behind her. After fixing her hair, Shan Shan asked Zhang Xiaoyun what she should do. Everyone was very curious as to why Zhang Xiaoyun had called Shan Shan, so they quietly followed them. Listening to the voices behind the door, they heard Zhang Xiaoyun tell her to be patient because it would hurt a little.